boss.
I was going to say B team, yeah.
Oh, bastard. Oh, bitch. Good morning from the Oceanside Sports Club complex here in San Diego. Day 2 of the West Coast Sevens. Excited to do a quick review of yesterday, a preview of today with two of my fellow colleagues. I have Will Hooley alongside me. I have Alex Corbacero. Let's start with the high school. So why don't you give us a perspective on what you saw yesterday?
Oh, well, first of all, Jeremy, it's great to be back. Day 2 here in Oceanside. The high school was absolute box office. Look, Cathedral Catholic, they were unbeaten. Really impressive stuff from them. You kind of expect they're going to be the eventual winners. But there's some really fun teams out there. Inferno, unbelievable. They don't have a big squad, but they came to play and actually did really well. Got a great win against Carmichael in the last game. But Carmichael, for me, I don't know what it is about those boys. They're fun. Big shout out to some of their players, Isaac Gomez in particular. He's just such a character. And that's what I love about the high school. They are characters that are having fun, and the quality, and I've no cause will say the same, the quality's been right up there. I'm looking forward to it. Cathedral Catholic, I think, are going to be favourites.
Yeah, I think they're the favourites. Speaking of the quality, do you think that you see sort of more brilliance in the basics from the high school kids than necessarily a lot of the college teams?
I think so, and clearly these kids have got the rugby ball in their hands early, and there's some brilliant progress that's been done down here, particularly in Southern California. I know Proteus is one of the environments which some of these kids come to, which is literally to work on their skills, and then it's going to make the collegiate game better. I think that's the great thing about moving forward. That's why it's so important, so impressive at West Coast Sevens to have high school standards, and then it just builds through. It's the fostering of the talent moving forward.
Yeah, great summary. We'll come back to you on the plan for today in a second. Turn it over to Corbs for a second. Why don't you give us a quick recap, if you would, of what you saw yesterday on the collegiate bracket?
Well, the men's collegiate bracket was incredible. Day 1 was a demolition job for Cal. They came with a purpose, they were on task, and they wiped out everyone that came against them. They haven't really been truly tested in a game yet, but what I've loved has been actually the improvement they've shown across 3 tournaments. Speaking of Coach Jack Clark and Tom Billups as well, they talked about giving some of their depth a chance here. At the other tournaments, they had a Cal 1, Cal 2. This is a bit of a hybrid of the side, and it really is a great development tool for them, but also the actual discipline and the nuts and bolts of their sevens game has been very exceptional. You've got stars like Solomon Williams, stars like Rand Santos, but there's much more coming through, and they're really showing a collective sort of uptick in performance, and it's been exciting to see. Who will challenge them? That is the big question. I think USD are another dog in the fight here, coached under Charlie Purdon, very well oiled, good basics, maybe a little outgunned against Cal, but in everyone else, that bracket has been outstanding. It was competitive. GCU fell to Miracosta in the opening game as an upset. Absolute cracker of a game, was a 2-point game. Miracosta, a late invitation to this tournament, turned up the local boys and they came out swinging in the first game. But what I loved was GCU's ability to bounce back. They snuck a win over USD. That got them in the bracket and still keeps them in the semifinals. And then you had UCLA, a little bit up and down, but at the same time, under Harry Bennett, they still have a great brand of rugby and a great team that can play. Maybe not quite as competitive as Cal, but still sitting in that top 4 bracket. And the rugby, for me, was a massive uptick of where we've seen over the first 2 events, and that just shows that the development pathway of this tournament, the opportunities for these players to play, and really an opportunity for these coaches to coach sort of tournament formats as well, which is a massive sort of building block in what we're trying to build here in the American rugby landscape.
Wow, what a great summary. Fired up. Obviously, a lot of caffeine has gone through this body today. So just before we go back to Will, tell me, first up, we got GCU, UCLA, and then Cal, USD. Who are you picking to move on to the final?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. I think those brackets match up really well. I think USD have a really tough task. Against Cal in a semi-final, you know they would have liked to be on the other side of the draw to maybe bring their big game in the final, but that's going to take one of those miracle on ice performances in my mind for USD to upset the apple cart there. The other side is a toss-em game. I think GCU should be favourites, but you saw them fall to a Miracosta in their opening game yesterday as well. Can they get up to speed? Can they dust off the cobwebs and start well? That is the question for me. UCLA are quite all-rounded, but I'm probably going to pick GCU and Cal as my 2 that are coming through to meet in the dance again, just like we had in Stanford.
Okay, look forward to seeing if your prognostication is right. So back to you, Will. If you can match the energy and enthusiasm from Corbs, that'd be crazy. Okay, so on the high school side of things today, tell me what you're expecting, who you're predicting from semifinals onto the final.
Well, as mentioned, Cathedral Catholic, they're unbeaten, so I'm struggling to see past them. I didn't mention earlier about Ombak. I've actually been really impressed by them and just how they've achieved, just how they progressed as the day went on yesterday. It's really hard for me to say who's going to progress, because I just think the competition, I would say more in the high school, as being overall the competition has been pretty balanced. So I don't want to pick too many in terms of getting into the final, but what I would say is I do predict Cathedral Catholic, obviously, are going to probably end up winning this tournament.
Well, there we have it. I will say that Will probably said that begrudgingly, because we all know he has a dog in the Carmichael fight. But I think they do probably have a bit too much work to do against a very slick Cathedral Catholic side. But all to play for. Again, great day 2. It's going to be a fantastic day. I love the energy we're getting from Corbs and from Will. And speaking of energy, I'm now honored to turn it up into the broadcast booth for the first match. Let me turn it over to Mr. Dallin Stanford.
Thank you so much, you sleek sensations. Great to hear from our voices here at the West Coast Sevens. This is day 2's action, and I tell you what, things are about to heat up here in these cool conditions here at the SoCal Sports Complex. We have our semi-finals coming up first. It's going to be the collegiate bracket. UCLA will take on GCU, and then Cal will take on USD. 2 brilliant semi-finals coming your way, and then the high school bracket continues after that. Carmichael will take on Cathedral Catholic, and on back against Belmont. So those are the 4 sides in each of the different brackets. 8 teams in each division started out this tournament yesterday. And, of course, now we head into the knockout rounds. All to play for here in these brilliant conditions. Wonderful sports facility here of the West Coast Sevens for the year 2025. We've had tournaments in Stanford. We've had tournaments in Los Angeles as well. So this is the 3rd and final round of this prestigious tournament that has been going on since 2010. Got to thank our partners and our sponsors that have been brilliant to allow us to be here over these 2 brilliant days to see so many great players in action, so many wonderful coaches on display as well, helping the next generation. We got to see USA Sevens head coach Zach Test was here yesterday, scouting players. Ben Pinkelman for the next generation as well. Perry Baker, the speed stick, one of the greatest to ever do it for the United States, 2-time World Sevens Player of the Year as well. He was here taking a look around, goosing a few people. So many talented programs on display. Well, I'll tell you what, it is going to be some brilliant games coming up in just a few minutes. The first one we mentioned is UCLA against GCU. These 2 programs, well established, of course, 3-0 so far. Just for the Cal Bears, the only undefeated side on that side of the bracket. UCLA dropping 1 game, which was against Cal, 41 points to nothing. They beat SDSU 34-5. They beat Long Beach State in a very close game, 17-14. GCU mentioned, Will Hooley said they dropped their first game. It was a close one, 26-22 against Miracosta. They beat Claremont 34-7. They beat USD 28-17. And that's how the sides find themselves here. Alongside me, Alex Corbacero. Corbs, you've seen a lot of sevens in this recent month, my friend. What has impressed you so far, particularly when we talk about the college programs?
It's been a really sort of exceptional sort of run of events here at the West Coast Sevens. And what I've loved is the competitiveness across the brackets, maybe other than Cal, who've been a bit of a wrecking ball. But the rest of the brackets have really matched up well. And the level of rugby has been ever improving across game to game. You're seeing coaches develop. You're seeing players develop. We're getting tournament formats. I think the ability to, add in the high school brackets as well, just add to the occasion, give coaches an opportunity to recruit and scout talent. And really, you've seen Zach Test here, you've seen Perry Baker. There's a reason why they're coming to the West Coast Sevens here at Oceanside Sports Park to see these games, to see this competitiveness and, see what's going to happen out there and see who are the next emerging talents coming out of the collegiate rugby powerhouse sort of system of America with, LA 28 in the horizon. You've got, home World Cups and 15s. This is really the breeding ground of where those next sort of studs are going to be made for those opportunities.
It is a brilliant time to be here for the game of sevens, that's for sure. Grand Canyon University will take the field in just a few moments against UCLA, the Bruins from Los Angeles. And 2 brilliant sides. Been impressed with quite a few of these standout players. GCU had a very strong last game yesterday against USD, winning 28-17. It was a second-half comeback of note. They scored 28 points in the second 7 minutes, and that's how they were victorious. Here they come. They're taking the field. It's match number 1 on field 1. We have 2 fields on rotation. I'm Dallin Stanford, as I said, alongside Alex Corbacero, and here we go. It's the UCLA Bruins on the left of your screen. They'll be taking on GCU in their familiar black and purple. This is semi-final number 1. After this, Cal will take on USD. Hello and welcome, wherever you're tuning in from around the globe, to the West Coast Sevens, the year 2025. 4 teams left standing in the collegiate bracket, all to play for in this knockout clash. What a performance we set from GCU to close out yesterday. They were on fire. Can they pick up where they left off?
Absolutely. That's the question for me. They dogged their way back through the bracket. They fell in the opening game to Miracosta in an upset in the seedings, and you wondered, was this not their tournament? Had they fallen off the rails? But the grit, the ferociousness to come back, to win tight games, to get to this place with that win over USD, that's earned them a shot at the dance, and they are going to be revved up. The question for me is, will they start well? They're a little dusty out of the blocks yesterday. They're going to have to wake up, get the cold water on the face, get the coffee in, whatever you need. I've got plenty of energy if anyone needs it as well. I'll throw some down here from up here in the booth. But that to me is the question. If GCU start well, I think this is their game.
Corbs is the ultimate hype man. It's great to be alongside you. Here we go. UCLA on the left of your screen, kicking off. Harry Bennett, their head coach. Grand Canyon University to receive on the right. Jump up and almost a nice take there from UCLA. It was Caden Hartley that came flying up, but GCU have the early possession in this semi-final number 1. Early touches as they go outside there, 22. Hitting the deck down there is Gene Kendall. And now looping around, trying a little bit of support as they go upfield through Ollie Tomlinson. Speaking to GCU's head coach, he said yesterday started a lot of their smaller backline players against USD. It didn't work out. Then they brought on the forwards and things started to open up, and now they start crashing up again. It's that far side. It's Kendall on another charge. He's wearing 8 on his back. Grand Canyon University just going side to side, seeing if they can manipulate the 7-up defense from UCLA. Another stutter step, and they go into the contact through Tomlinson around the fringes. Not a lot happening here. Some big tackles coming in. There's Joseph Leapai. And a big bosh yet again. What can GCU do to create some attacking flair here? Nice wide ball again, stretching it. Kendall is there. They go to the outside channels. Now GCU, can they get a line break? Kendall in support to the halfway line. That's a great carry. The Ruckers are there. UCLA pinch this one. First attack for them. Great patience on the defensive side of things. Now here's Pierce McMahon moving it across here. Freddie Jobber was very good yesterday. He just turns it back on the inside. Nice early possession as they shift it across. But White involved there as well. Again, a nice recycle. The Bruins, bit of a standing start, so they got to cut upfield, and they do just that. Freddie Jobber is clear. Jobber with a beautiful right-footed step will get the opening 5 here in the semi-finals at the West Coast Sevens. UCLA are on the board first.
Very, very composed start from UCLA. I think the patience in D, not to force it, to stay connected, to let GCU go wide, gave them no ins, and then took their opportunity with the turnover. And then still a little bit of patience in attack as well. You could hear head coach Harry Bennett sort of shouting it from the sidelines. His team responded perfectly, and then you had Jobber with a massive moment in the middle, and that gets them up on the scoreboard with a kick you think will be a formality as it is, and that makes it 7-0, Dallin, in what is a huge game here. And this is the moment. All of a sudden, a little bit too much outside pressure from Boyle of GCU. That gave Jobber the option for the inside shoulder. He then straightens and has the gas to finish. And that's what happens when you go 7-up in D2. No sweeper there. One line break usually equals tries, as long as that player has the gas to finish.
Now, you're so right there, Corbs. You see Harry Bennett in picture. He's side up 7-0 so far. 4 to go in the first half. There was an injury for one of the GCU players, limping to the side, just getting some attention. So replacements made. And on the field there is Sione Kongaika. Look for his big frame to have some sort of impact. A kickoff here from Pierce McMahon for the Bruins. The vital part of the Sevens game is putting it up and making it contestable for your side. GCU do really well with a good lip. And now they move it across field. Nice width on attack. Here's Brendan Boyle. Puts it out in front, and a bit too much in front, in fact.
And there you have it, you know, GCU showing a little bit. Referee says play on with that line out, so I'll let you take it back, Dallin.
Yeah, they go nicely. Sam Reed is there in support. Now they're able to get the ball out wide. Here we go. Here's Lambert on the outside. Joseph Lambert showing tremendous speed until he's bumped into touch. Good quick thinking on the line out there from UCLA.
Yeah, almost a moment there for UCLA. They had good patience, connectivity in D. They made GCU have to force the skill error into touch. And then they looked to go quick with the short line out. But probably, you know, that the crime there is you don't want to go into touch. If they could have held possession there, it might have been an opportunity to build. Instead, now GCU have a chance to exit as UCLA will look to try and stop them.
Yeah, beautiful breakout here. This is the best attacking moment so far for GCU. But you're right, the touchline never misses a tackle since 1823.
Undefeated in one-on-one tackles, the touchline is. That's a great stat, Dallin. Since William Webb Ellis picked up that ball, we've never seen someone get on the right side of the touchline. And there, unfortunately, an unforced error from GCU. You know, they almost looked like that was a dangerous line break. You've got to be careful and be a little bit more disciplined in your own third as such in sevens, because the turnover is costly. But if that offload had gone to hand, we might have had a try and have an equal game on our hands.
The end result means 2 to play, 7-0 UCLA lead as they set the scrum again.
I really don't love scrum resets in sevens. I just think we only have so much time. Let's get it in, lads.
But you do love scrums. I'll go back to that.
Trust me, I'm obsessed with scrums. We've been trying to talk to Jack Clark about them for an hour
That's
today.
right, Mr. Scrum. We saw you there.
He's
Here
like,
we go.
It's a sevens event, Alex. Shh.
Yeah, that's right. Bo White on the attack now for UCLA. Able to bounce up to his feet. Wasn't held in the tackle. The Bruins back on the front foot. Reed moves it across, looking for an attacking option. Hartley's there, Caden Hartley looking to draw. Set up on the outside. Joseph Lambert gets a big bump. This time he stays in the field to play nicely. Freddie Job is there, the lone try scorer in this game, in the semi-finals. Cal look on. So do USD. Now there's a nice little break in midfield yet again. That's White. Bo White, another rampaging run from the number 12. GCU, though, so far holds strong with their line. Little dummy there. Louis Pujol has a break. Very close as GCU comes to pinch this one. They do that. Ollie Tomlinson, what a play from the big unit. Here we go. Now there's space for Grand Canyon University. Can they exploit our wide? Cutting back in is Boyle. Supporters are there. This is their moment, GCU, to get on the board. Tomlinson with that beautiful pinch. Perhaps a little chip through. The dummy there almost working out. Now laying it on the ground there, Gavin Alderson was playing the ball, holding on just too long, and that gives a chance for Hartley to have a crack. UCLA have numbers on the left-hand side. They cut back in superbly. They won't need them. Sam Reed, he's in for the second try for UCLA, and they make it look easy.
They are on fire here, Dallin. The ability to hold in defence. They're not over-rushing. They're not flying out of the line. They're saying, GCU, beat us, make something happen if you can. And then they've been efficient with the leg tackles. And then those leg tackles, they can risky with offload opportunities. But if you chop well, you create a breakdown turnover. And that's where UCLA struck. And then off turnover, you don't have a GCU defensive line in a position that they would like to be set. And then all it takes is one little moment, one little step, and you've wriggled through.
The kick sails over. It is 14-0. Here's a look at that second try.
And there it is. Just once you're out of set, it just took one step back in. The number 10 for GCU, Di Matteo, probably a little guilty of biting in the line. And that's what I think the difference between UCLA and GCU has been. The connectivity of that D. You're seeing a little bit of shooters out for GCU, where UCLA's connective tissue has really sort of held together so far in these defensive sets.
It's been a strong first half so far. It's a nice high kick. The last play of the first half. Pierce McMahon goes high. GCU knock this one on. Ball's loose and Freddie Jobber's there on the spot for the Bruins. Now they have possession yet again. Hartley around the fringes, sniping. Reed is at first receiver. Scored one of the first 2 tries in this half. McMahon moves it wide. Now looking for a step. Van Hampton in this first semi-final here at the West Coast Sevens. Wide ball, that's good skills. Nice passing from Freddie Jobber now. Lambert yet again. Close to the touchline. That's good skills from UCLA. Linking nicely. Carving up in midfield. Caden Hartley yet again. Hartley's close to the line. Just scragged down from GCU. But plenty of blue jerseys ready to score. Reed's on the spot. He'll get it done. His second try in this game. And it was sustained pressure from UCLA.
Textbook sevens there, and that's the difference for UCLA there. If they don't go into touch, they keep that ball alive, they recycle a couple more phases, That's a try time. Really good work across. Hartley with a massive break there, getting them inches in the line before Reed finished it off. But for me, it was the difference in staying in touch. They actually kept the ball alive too, which gave GCU even less time to get set. And then that gave them the chance to then find disconnects in that GCU defense. And I'll be honest, it's half time right now, and UCLA are absolutely in the driving seat, Dannon. They are running away with it. I said GCU started poorly yesterday in the morning. I think we've got to get a different wake-up protocol, maybe get some ice baths on the field. We've got to get these guys woken up because UCLA are putting a clinic on right now and a really composed championship performance. They haven't put a foot wrong, and they've been very disciplined, unemotional, staying in system.
You're so right. You're spot on. It's 21-0 halftime here in semi-final number 1 in the collegiate bracket here at the West Coast Sevens 2025. 3 converted tries has the Bruins up here. And we will take a chance to thank some of our partners and supporters.
Huge thank you to Falcon West. The drive, the discipline, the passion. Falcon West Insurance shares the spirit of rugby. Learn more at falconwest.com. And also got to give a thank you to our broadcast partner, TVX Sports Video. TVX has been covering sports in San Diego and around the country for nearly 20 years, and they are committed to bringing you the best in live and local and emerging sports. Smash the like button, hit the subscribe to show your support for our official broadcast partner, TVX Sports.
Now that energy is needed in the GCU huddle at halftime. I tell you what, and it was good yesterday, as we said. They really revitalized themselves in the second period.
Absolutely, and this is going to be the wake-up call. This halftime talk, it's player-led, which I love, and that's sometimes what you got to do. You got to get your brothers around, grab each other by the scruff of the neck, a la Peter Steph Toy in the halftime changing room of the World Cup semi-final, and say it's on us now to go turn this one around. They're stapling the barrel. They cannot give up another try. They have to score first, and they have to wake up and bring their A game. We saw it yesterday, but yesterday means nothing in sevens. It's all about the now when you get to championship footy days.
It really is. What will they do in the next 7 minutes? They trail by 21 points. But kicking off will Grand Canyon University. From left to right here. Cool conditions here in Oceanside, California. We're here at the SoCal Sports Complex. This is our second day of competition. There are some tired bodies out there. 3 games they each played yesterday. And, of course, it's how deep your squad is as well. So here we go. Brendan Boyle, one of their playmakers, to kick off. 2-1 yesterday for both these sides. Now the semi-final number 1. The Bruins receive this inside their 22, and straight away it's almost a line break here from Austin Diaz. Pressure from GCU just shuts down an early momentum shift there. Seabrook hits the deck. That's a nice width on attack from UCLA. Now to the short side. Here we go. Can they get through? Big tackle. Ball's in the field of play. We play on. Great way to keep it in the field of play there. Sergio Roquier does superbly. Now they move the cross. Diaz involved there. The tackle comes in, but offside play, so it's a quick tap here from UCLA. Getting possession here. It's Jobber yet again. Going to the right-hand side. Seabrook's there. Looking to link up on the outside. There's speed to burn. Van Hampton is in. He scorched the earth for the Bruins. They open their account here in the second half and take a 26-0 lead.
Flawless footy from the UCLA men. I can see Coach Harry Bennett absolutely shouting orders at them. Everyone's composed. The skill, the execution, they've not turned over any ball with silly knock-ons. They've been patient, they've used the width, and they really are running away with this one. GCU, you got to feel for them. When you're down on the scoreboards, you've got to start chasing, and that's why you're starting to see shooters in the line, trying to force something out of nothing, make something happen. That penalty was very costly, and it put them on the back foot, exposed on the edge. And then you've got someone like Van Hampton with bags of pace to spare on that edge. Very hard to make a cover tackle, especially after the cover guy had already shot up out of the line, then had to get back 10 for the penalty. It really was an uphill battle from there.
Yeah, Harry Bennett's side up by 28 points. Now 5 to play here in the second half. UCLA kicking off. Can GCU get on the board next? The lifters are coming here. Aiden Castanen leaves it behind and has been knocked on from UCLA, so they will take possession here at scrum time.
Unlucky there because it was some serious hang time. And, if UCLA can play like this in the finals, it's game on because this is proper sevens. The nuts and bolts are there. The kickoffs have been fantastic. They've had their moments in attack and they've hustled in D. This is a really complete performance. Just small margins there, not getting the ball back.
Yeah, great confidence build-up as they look to book their tickets into the finals. The next one coming up is Cal USD. The winner will play the winner of this game. Around the fringes, GCU. That's a nice little breakout from their scrum off. Becker throws it in field. One-handed offload, not able to be taken. UCLA on the other side. Now they can attack. McMahon to the deck. Diaz comes in to help out. He shifts it to the right-hand side. Now they're linking up. UCLA. Seabrook again. Big step. He goes up the middle and will not be stopped. Jaden Seabrook scores for UCLA, and they turn defense into attack.
And then a little bit of indiscipline there from GCU. You know, probably should have just let that one go. You make a silly tackle there, and it can come get you. I think that is Sione Kongeka. I'll let you say that better than me, Dallin. I apologise for his family for hearing that. But at the same time, UCLA are starting to really shine. That was a tremendous break there. I think it was Jaden Seabrook through the middle. They had the pace, and it all came off a missed opportunity for GCU, and that's really been the difference of the two sides. Other than some defensive moments from GCU, with ball in hand, there's been about 3 or 4 moments where they've been one pass away from potential try-scoring opportunities. That is where UCLA has actually pounced, turned the game back, and those are your 7, 14, 21 sort of swing shifts in a game, all come from a few errors, and that's how punishing sevens can be.
It is a brutal game that we love so much. 35-0, tap on the halfway line after that penalty. Sione Kangaika is off the field watching for 2 minutes. Seabrook again in open space, looking for his second try. He'll canter in yet again. The player advantage is too much for GCU, and UCLA will bring up the 40 mark here. Seabrook just ghosts his way under the sticks.
Really, really composed footy from UCLA. They are just pulling the strings. They've got the number advantage now as well. GCU looking a little gassed too. They've got some bigger men. UCLA a bit more lighter, faster sort of team, and they've been using that to their advantage with the skill set, the ability to keep the ball and pass and use the width, but then also have that hustle and D where they've just focused on containing, controlling the game. And this is the sort of performance that gives, you know, Cal, Jack Clark and Tom Billups will be taking note and making sure their boys are on the P's and Q's if they can get through USD, that there's a real sort of match waiting up in the final for them.
Yeah, amazing play there. Seabrook has a double. So does Reed. 2 tries each from those two players. Have them up 42 points to nothing. Yesterday, it was UCLA. They beat Long Beach State. Very close one, 17-14. They beat SDSU 34-5. Lost to Cal 41-0. A rematch is on the cards. Oh, it's a beautiful take at the top there. Aiden Kastanen now goes to the short side. The knock-on is called here, and GCU, nothing is going their way so far.
It really isn't. Sometimes when it rains, it pours. And, you know, your snowball effect of errors, compounding, pressure, frustrations can just start to amount, and you start to make little mistakes you'd never make in a normal day. And sometimes as well in rugby, the bounce of the ball can just go the opposite to you, and it's something you've got to deal with.
Well said indeed. Max Griffiths feeds here for UCLA. Some replacements on the field. McMahon moves to the right-hand side. That's a nice delayed pass, but an early tackle comes in on Sergio Roquier on that far side, able to bounce back up again and go. Here he is, off to the races. UCLA put an exclamation point on this game, and that was a good pickup and roll.
There's some pep in the step here from the UCLA boys. They probably, you know, yesterday shook off some of the dust of getting down the 405 and all the traffic they had to deal with. But today now, a nice fresh sleep down here in San Diego, and they are ready to rumble here in North County, because this has been an absolute whitewash and a masterclass from them. And I think it's just been pressure, control, and then you get GCU chasing a game, you get errors, and then that's where UCLA have capitalized the most. Off the errors, they have punished GCU. Here you see taken down but not held. Referee says he's allowed to get back up, and that means he can go under the sticks again. And it's a little bit of deja vu there for your GCU team.
49-0. Last few moments of this game. Sergio Roquier scoring there for UCLA. The Bruins, a complete performance so far here in the semi-finals. They will get ready for the final. Later today will be the last match. Big tackle comes in, Austin Diaz. GCU driven back there. That is Camille Becker. Now they find themselves 100 metres from scoring. Grand Canyon University, can they get one try on the board? That's a nice little half break there. That is La'amaka, who's on the field as well. Now they drive upfield. Better stuff to the ground from Nigel Jonkin, kick over the top. This is a tactic we thought we might see in the first half, but Seabrook has run back nicely to collect here for UCLA. The wing three-quarter covering back in the sweeper position. Possession there for Pierce McMahon. He's had there for UCLA. Time is up on the clock, so last moment in this game. Can't end on a penalty, and UCLA have possession. Do they want one more? They're in the finals. They put this one out, save their legs for the next big game. And Diaz says, thank you very much. We'll take this big victory and we'll get ready for the final. A big, strong performance from UCLA, 49 points to nothing against GCU in the semi-finals.
Absolutely professional performance there. Composure from second one to the final minute. And I think the man, you could hear him from the sidelines. Jeremy Ognall's found him. He's pitch side with head coach of UCLA, Harry Bennett, for some immediate game reaction.
Yeah, guys, thanks for handing it down. Thanks, Corbs. Thanks, Dallin. Well, Harry, great start to day 2. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we had some cobwebs that we had to blow out yesterday, and we certainly tried ourselves against the best, but really proud of the performance. But we know that there's one more to go. So,
what do you think was the difference in your performance today, starting off so strong compared to a little sporadic, I would say, yesterday?
Yeah, it's just that learning curve, right? Patience and discipline. It's a young team. They want to push their hand on a lot of things, but sometimes it's just doing the simple things really well, get the execution.
Okay, so obviously second semi-final is coming up right now. We've got Cal against University of San Diego. Tell me what you're expecting there, who you think you're going to be seeing later on today.
No secret. I mean, Cal's been impressive throughout this entire series, so I don't expect any changes in this game. And if we can get our fundamentals right, then we'll be in for a shot later on.
Well, we appreciate all your contributions. You started last year at the Olympic Training Center. You've been at all 3 this year. Just give us your impression of the West Coast Sevens.
It's the best thing that's happened to college sevens in a long, long time. I think this is long overdue, and if we can continue to build it, I think it's only going to get better and better, and it's a desirable pathway for these college guys to look at the next level.
Good. Well, thanks for your time. Good luck in the final. I'll turn it back up to Corbs and Dallin, and let's keep enjoying the day.
Beautiful stuff. Jeremy Ognall there with the interview. Harry Bennett with brilliant words as well about the West Coast Sevens. It really is providing a platform for these players to be seen. Zach Test was here, USA Sevens head coach, scouting as well. Now, semi-final number 2 coming up. It is Cal, the Bears, taking the University of San Diego. They'll be on the right-hand side. Cal kicking off from left to right. Corbs, this one should be another barn burner.
It really should. Obviously, Cal have just been phenomenal in this competition, but USD, coached with Charlie Purdon, will have a plan to try and ruffle the feathers, but you've got to deal with this kickoff game of Cal first.
Edstrom goes high. It's knocked down towards Cal's side. Straight away they maintain possession. The restart superb. Solomon Williams there in support. The penalty comes up though to USD. First chance for them to attack. And Ronan O'Rourke, he was very good yesterday. They beat Claremont 19-7. They beat Miracosta 50-0. And then USD lost to GCU 28-17 in a crazy game of sevens. Here goes Archibald. The little switch, and Cal coming with a big, strong tackle. Driving players backwards. Attacking the breakdown as well. USD know what to expect. Will Briggs is their star player. Now crashing. Setting up a point here for O'Rourke yet again. One of their playmakers. Nick Allen moves it to the right-hand side. Dan Sir is there. Looking to go wide. They knock it on. And that just can't happen in this tough game here. So all of a sudden it's on the ground. Solomon Williams is there with Cal. Possession for them. Kaminsky shifts it across field. Edstrom with that big restart, flicks the ball out the back. Here's Teague, Oliver Teague. Superb tackle from O'Rourke. He's there. Ruckers arrived just in time for Cal to recycle. That's good width. Kaminsky now stepping with his left. Cuts again, sets a good point here. And there's the offload to Teague. They'll get in Cal. The first try. Ollie Teague will score. And the Bears are on the board first.
Just like that, Dallin. One little error from USD is all it took for Cal then to get their feathers up and start hunting for the try line. And it was valiant defence at first, maybe a little overcommitting at the breakdown, but then the line speed sort of forced Kaminsky back down that short side. And I thought, there's a lot of traffic there from USD, but the ability to get through, create that offload, meant that we got a try time there. And that's a very sharp finish there from Cal and a great start. If you look here, that line speed sort of spooked Kaminsky back down. Multiple sort of players there, but 2 or 3 bought on him, and that created space for Teague to go and finish, and he's not getting stopped from there.
No, he's not. We saw him at Stanford. He was the most valuable player, scored 6 tries in that tournament, and now continues to form here. This one needs to go 10. Bounces and goes backwards, so it'll be a free kick at the halfway line for USD. 7-0 the score, Cal lead. The winner will play UCLA in the final later today. That's Sir getting the offload. Great crash there from Chase Bisson. He was a handful yesterday for USD. Good recycling now. They move it out. Allen. That's the 2 drops we've seen so far in the early start to this game.
It's just killing them. It's the difference between the two sides right now. It's just been the handling errors from USD. They've had moments, but maybe, the pressure, the game, you're hearing, you're shouting from the sideline, you're seeing Cal Bears flying up off the line in your face, and just little moments have let them down, and they need to hold on to possession here because Cal are a very efficient team with ball in hand.
Solomon Williams, the MVP from the Los Angeles tournament, finds Rand Santos. Santos on a run. That's a nice ball to the left-hand side. Good fend as well from Philip Edstrom. Edstrom going for the line. He's there. It's a classic score from Cal. They just know how to work you.
They really do, Dallin, and that is as efficient as you want to see. First phase, strike move. You've got Solomon to Santos, who then finds Edstrom. There's just too many weapons out there, and one-on-one, they have a good chance of getting the better of these USD players. So for USD, you can't afford even a tiniest crack or disconnect in your defensive line, and that's cost them there. But I think really watching this Cal side, the only way I could see a team beating them is if they can actually win the possession battle against them. And I've yet to see a team that can hold on to the ball and make Cal defend for large parts of the game. Because, like you said there, Santos puts Edstrom in, he beats one man, and that's all it takes to finish there.
12-0, Cal lead. They had a penalty at the halfway line as well. Now they've lost possession. First time they've lost possession there, so this will give USD a chance to attack with. If they can hold on, good things could happen.
Absolutely. Let's get some possession. Let's start to make Cal work on D. Let's wait for some cracks and then take our opportunities. Let's not force it. Let's keep our skills up. Let's not take a second off the ball with our eyesight or any little moments. And let's see what we can do if we put some phases together here. That's what I'd be saying if I was Charlie Purdon.
No, you're hide, my friend. That's for sure. Beautiful drone shot here at the West Coast Sevens. Sun about to peek out. USD. Yes, Archibald gets the ball away. Dancer in midfield looking for the looper. It's a little loose and messy, and Cal picked this one up. That's been the story so far of the opening 7 minutes. T goes to the left-hand side. Williams slaps it on. It's still there. Edstrom finds space on the outside. And Max Threckhout will score in the corner. Mad Max is in, and that's a third try for Cal.
It's tough to watch for USD, I'm sure. Just sort of similar sort of reoccurring errors there. Sort of in your own half, trying a lot of the wrap around. They got the sort of timing on the pass wrong. Maybe let's just go wide, then let's recycle the breakdown. Let's see what we get, because right now they're sort of feeding the Cal machine. They're constantly forcing errors. They're being pushed back. They're sort of shoveling pressure along, and then Cal are just pouncing off those turnovers. And this is it. Once you get numbers down, once you get turnovered or pressured, you start flying out of the line. And Cal, a little bit lucky maybe to hold on to the pill, but then had the ability to execute. And that's a beautiful hang time on a kickoff there.
Yeah, it falls down beautifully. Threckhout is there. Flag has gone up on that far side. The AR has a say, and it will be possession for USD. Great sideline conversion as well from Santos. It has him up 19-0 here in the first half. This is semi-final number 2 UCLA. Watching on to see if it's Cal they face. So far, 3 brilliant tries. Under a minute to go. USD need this possession. What can they create?
It's now or never, USD, and they turn it over again at the line out, Dallin.
Williams flips it wide. That was their possession to play with. Philip Edstrom now, again looking to pull the strings. Oh, the big bosh from the big player. Kaminsky on the inside with a fend. Beautiful offload over the top. Santos is there. He'll score. Brilliant play from Cal yet again. You had the aggression, you had the skill, and the try.
It's just looking a little like men v boys right now. Cal have the win behind them. They are dominating the contact collisions. They are keeping possession. They're playing better sevens, and that's why they're running away with it in this first half. I'll be honest, still don't see a smile from the bench of Cal. You see no emotion. This is a team that's very military-like. Until they get the victory at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to celebrate. But this has been very impressive for the first half of knockout footy.
It really has. Rand Santos, the try scorer. 2 brothers play brilliant rugby as well. And this kick just falls short. Nailed the last one. That is the halftime whistle. It is all Cal so far in the opening 7. They lead 24 points to nothing. Here's another look at that last try.
Watch this collision here. Unbelievable. Big carry there from, I think it was Edstrom. put the hammer down, and then the ability to keep the ball alive, Kaminsky to Santos, and they're having a bit of fun out there now, you're seeing. They might have had a chance to score that, but now they're taking a bit more risk with the offload game because they've earned the hard yards of the lead to be in that position.
Brilliant first 7 for Cal. We're going to thank our supporters and partners here at the West Coast Sevens. This is our third and final event of this year, and it's been absolutely brilliant.
Well, first off, a huge shout out to USA Rugby. USA Rugby is proud to partner with the College Rugby Association of America for the 24-25 academic year. With future US Eagles taking the pitch today, we are pleased to support this experience for all student athletes. Learn more about the USA Eagles and how you can get involved with USA Rugby. And a reminder as well, a huge shout out to Falcon West. Don't just get coverage, get trusted expertise. Falcon West Insurance, protecting what matters since 1981.
Yeah, superb to have those partners involved. It is remarkable, these 3 tournaments that we've seen. And, Corbs, you've been to all 3, my friend. I mean, what an absolute vibe. And you've witnessed Cal, obviously, win these events before. But let's talk about rugby in general, of course. What a great way to promote the sport and the high school players.
It's just been an awesome display. I think, full credit to the organisers. And, some people maybe don't know as much, but the speaker family, put their hearts and souls into this event. And, it's a full family effort. They've recruited great people, great partners, and they're building something special. And, that the old saying, a field of dreams, you build it, they will come. That is what I think is going to be with this. It's going to be a bigger tournament next year. It's going to grow. It's going to get more notoriety from a high school and a collegiate level. And I think the future is very bright for what's coming here in this West Coast Sevens.
It really is. Make sure you download the app, West Coast Sevens. Check it in your apps. You can get all the scores from these games as we continue. We will have a champion in the collegiate division later today, plus the high school as well. Here we go. It is USD kicking off from left to right. And Cal, for early possession for them to have a crack. Bazio has possession. He was so good yesterday. Floats one over the top. Beautiful skills on the outside. Cal stepping back in. Penalty goes for crossing. They're just getting in the way there. Cormac Saint was the player with a breakout, but it was stopped short there. USD now trail by 24 points in the second half here. They're flowing over the top. There is space to operate. Good step here from Bassot. Beats one. Beats the second. Just scragged there. Really one of their go-to strong players for Charlie Purden's team. Now, around the fringes, little dummy there from Ronan O'Rourke. Support arrives. And another penalty here for USD, but they are pinned all the way back in their half. Vaughan Fouts wants to get on with things, knowing that they need to score, and they need to score next. Brandon Guiducci takes up, bounces one to the ground. This is better physicality from USD. That halftime talk really working so far. Dan Sir looking to step, looking to dance as well. Couldn't throw the flat ball, so their support arrives. Kellen Archibald. Ball is loose, picked up here from Cal. They come the other way and they'll score here. Jack Bazio gets it done. Fresh legs and a fresh score here for Cal.
Bazio with the try, but it was the beef from Bogner at the counter ruck, which really got that ball spilled out. As you know, you can see urgency in USD. They're obviously down on the scoreline. They're near their own sticks. They're a bit frantic. They've got to chase the clock. There's a lot of things working against them. And then Cal taking their opportunity there, as we'll see how this kick fares from Cormac Saint. Just going wide to the right of the upsticks, but as we look at the replay, it all came from the counter ruck. Watch Bogner there, the pressure. That means the ball spills, and then they pounce like a pack of hyenas. They're over that line, scoring that try. Very, very well drilled sort of team effort there for me.
It's Cal's side, beat SDSU 44-5, beat Long Beach State 43-5, beat UCLA 41-0. So just conceded 2 tries all tournament yesterday. They lead 29-0 here against USD in semi-final number 2. UCLA await in the finals. Nice wide ball thrown there from Fouts. Better carry from University of San Diego. The arm comes up yet again. Bogner this time told to retreat.
Yeah, no release there from the referee. Maybe should have tried the counter ruck again. It worked well last time. If there's no space, go through with the counter ruck, lads.
7 up on the defensive side of things. Can USD get some sort of line break here? Bodies flying everywhere. That's Sam Carlson getting involved. He takes on 2. Archibald behind their own try line. Here come USD yet again, looking for the bump. Brandon Guiducci again. He needs support. Bogner is there and draws the penalty. Great work at the breakdown for Cal. Saint goes to the left-hand side. And they move it across the chain. And Noah Grasset will score here. Nice, well-worked try. All happened at the breakdown for Cal.
It's just been the pressure. You know, USD are getting some possession, but the majority of it's been, 5-10 metres from their own line, and that's where Cal can really go on the hunt in defence. They can start forcing errors, they can shoot up a little more, they can take a few more risks, and that is really starting to stress USD. I think there, for me, they should have probably gone wide. Even though they're on their own lines, they probably had a number there, taking it up in the middle, had a disconnect, and that allowed Bogner to get the turnover at the breakdown, and then it was pretty easy from there as Cormac Saint makes the tap, and then it's just through the hands all the way on the outside to Grasset.
The University of California, Berkeley up with this 34-0 lead. Big scores in both games, 49-0. It was UCLA that beat GCU in the first semi-final. Oh, what a steal here. Seamus Deely, the Gazelle, gets after this one. Now, Guru Levy moves it to the right-hand side, fresh on the field. Well, that's a beautiful break from Saint. Cormac Saint looking for the line. He'll get there for Cal. What a great score. Beautiful footwork. And they stretch the lead.
I thought UCLA were looking sharp and professional in this first game, but I think Cal said, take a seat, lads. We'll show you how it's done, because this has just been a masterclass in ruthlessness. The ability to stay on message, to stay on point when you're still 30-something points up, and there's a decent bit of time left here as well, Dallin. It's been very impressive. They're just well-oiled, well-drilled. You've seen they've subbed off some of their bigger players as well, maybe bigger name players, I should say, who might maybe save some legs for the final. And the guys in the wings who come on the field are making things happen, a la Cormac Saint, who's come in here and he's absolutely running the show.
A wonderful opportunity for these players to get valuable minutes here from Jack Clark and Tom Billups' side. They now stretch the lead to 39-0. 2 minutes to go in this semi-final number 2 at the West Coast Sevens for the year 2025. It has been superb to have your company over this 2-day tournament as we look to crown a champion at this event here in Oceanside, Southern California. Now, USD. High shot there, quick tap. Brandon Guiducci goes quickly. USD, Archibald, flat ball. Another big shot comes in, this time on Johnny Butler. Dan Sir, trying to get on the outside of the Gazelle. Good tackle from Deely. Support arrives there from Dennis White. USD recycle well, but they're not going anywhere yet. Flat ball. Guiducci now finds space out wide. Carlson rips one up, and that's Vaughan Fouts, in fact. USD putting it through the phases, but really not able to get any line breaks yet. Big right-footed step into the contact point. Cal keep making the tackles, and they draw the penalty again at the breakdown. Phase after phase they defend, and now Cormac Saint goes to the right-hand side. Saint looking for the line. He's there yet again. You mentioned his name, and he brings up the 40 for Cal.
He's saying, hey, Solomon, I've got a game for you here. Keep an eye on me, pal, because it's been outstanding. It's been a masterclass again from Cal. And when you're up on the scoreboard, pressure cracks, and that's what you're seeing happen with USD here. And it's unfortunate to see, because they're a good rugby team, but they're being marshalled well, put under pressure, and then their errors and mistakes are being fed on by this Cal Bears machine at the moment. And I think one of the things I'm loving as well as we look at the replay here, for me more, is I'm hearing guys like Solomon almost coach from the sideline. The guys who have the real high IQ, the experience of the more elite level of the Sevens games, they are taking ownership and helping marshal the team, giving good feedback. It really is a sort of well-oiled machine team performance through the whole organisation.
It really is. Cal up 46-0 right now as they look to counteract yet again. They will play UCLA to close out today. UCLA with a big win, 49-0 against GCU. But here come Cal to finish it off. Beautiful switch, looking for the hat trick. Saint gives the pass away. Beautiful step. Levy will score. Gurr Levy scores underneath the uprights. And Cal finish off superbly.
That is the icing on the cake of this semi-final demolition job by Cal. They've come in like a wrecking ball, and they just haven't stopped swinging for the full 14 minutes. And is that the championship team? That is the question mark, because the composure, the ability, the lack of emotion still, they're almost like these cold-blooded, military-like sort of foe out there. They know they've got a job to do, but that was very, very dominant display. And it's actually great. We're going to get down to pitch side to get some post-match reaction with Jeremy Ognall, who's with Ran Santos from Cal Rugby.
Yeah, thanks, Corbs. Thanks for the handoff. Rand, another great win. Tell us your feedback on that match.
Yeah, USD is a quality outfit. Very well coached by Coach Purdon. So, yeah, it's always great going against them. And, we're looking to build for the final. So, yeah, happy how the boys performed.
So, 2-day competition's hard. A lot of recovery involved. How are you feeling today versus what happened yesterday?
Yeah, definitely a little sore and beat up. But, we had some recovery yesterday. And, I think we're ready for the challenges today. But super grateful for the tournament. Big thanks to West Coast Sevens for putting on. So, super happy.
Well, this is your 4th West Coast Sevens tournament. So, you just mentioned West Coast Sevens. What's your assessment of the tournaments overall, starting last year and the 3 events this year?
No, it's awesome. It's a great opportunity for young players like myself and a lot of my teammates to just play sevens and hopefully have it's another stepping stone in our career and hopefully have a shot for that U.S. Sevens team. So, all the boys are very happy to be here, and big thanks to the speaker family and everyone that helped put on the West Coast Sevens. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I like the fact that you count yourself still as a young player, but excellent performance. Keep leading the team. We look forward to seeing you against UCLA in the final.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sure. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Great to hear from him, a player that has a very bright future in the sport. But talking of bright futures, it's now time for the high school boys bracket, and we've got a huge tussle here as we've got Cathedral Catholic taking on Carmichael. These were the 2 top teams in Stanford that went head-to-head with Carmichael on top, but it's been Cathedral who have looked like the dogs in the fight across this weekend so far, and they'll have a bone to pick in this one against Carmichael as they are getting ready to kick this one off. I'll be joined in the booth by Jeremy Ognall. He's made his way up in record time. Very impressed considering he's doing pitch side interviews. And we're about to get this one underway as Troa kicks off. And it's great hang time there. Oh, Ritter with the pickup. Textbook start from Cathedral. Boyle now to Troa, who's moving it down the outside. To Ocon, who's on the ball. And it's a turnover from Carmichael at the breakdown. And now let's see what they can do off the counter. They move it outright, out the back. There is space on this edge. Hawkins to beat in the corner. And it's a flyer, but he's just caught by Hawkins. Offload away, but Abar picks it up. And Cathedral live to fight another day as they move the ball, but that's a loose pass. It's picked up by Gomez of Carmichael. He keeps it alive. Carmichael now recycling in the 22. He come back down the left side. Missed tackle there from Hawkins, and that has opened the door, or has it? Unbelievable work there from Seti Perona with the try, and that is Carmichael who stunned Cathedral early with the first try of this one, Jeremy. That's a blistering start to this high school game.
Blistering start, an absolute stunner, as you said, Corbs. From the kickoff, it looked like Cathedral Catholic was getting straight into their, same shape they had yesterday, where they had an amazing day. But there's a lot of, dog in the fight for Carmichael, a lot of fight in the dog. So I love the fact they bounce back, move the ball really well, use their athleticism. It's a great start for Carmichael. If you watch them here again as they're coming through, just again moving the ball nicely through the hands, and then just a beautiful step back, sliding through a tackle. He goes in for the first score of the day, and a lot of confidence building for Carmichael, I'm sure.
Well, there's nothing like an early score and knockout footy to get your feathers up and get you on program. And here, that ball bounces deep, and it's gone all sorts. And it was Gomez who almost had it, but it's Cathedral now with Abar who have the ball. They are brought down. Referee says not. Oh, high tackle, from Carmichael. Means Cathedral will tap. Troa hits Boyle there, who hits Ocon, who's a bit of a wrecking ball out there in those wide channels. He's been physical. He's brought down by Gomez, though. And now it's Cathedral have to play in their own 22. Looks like Hawkins to Troa. He's got Abar there. Is Hawkins on the outside if he can find him? He's been dangerous so far this competition. And there he goes, back on the inside, keeping his hands free, shrugging men off. Now he goes to the outside. He's on a tear here. Finally brought down. It takes 2 Carmichael players to get him. They recycle. The pass from Troa is not ideal. That's an accidental offside there. That'll be a penalty to Carmichael because that one was off the boot, Jeremy. And wow, this game's got it all.
Yeah, you couldn't take a breath there, Corbs, for sure. I mean, that was beautiful play by Hawkins. He was a one-man wrecking crew. Unfortunately, off the foot and then, accidental offside penalty against him. So Carmichael, but now the penalty goes the other way, so not releasing here. So the ball back in Cathedral's hands with an opportunity to clear their lines a little bit and probably take a breather.
Yeah, lifeline there for Cathedral, because another score would have been costly in what is a semi-final matchup here. They decide to take the scrum as well, gives them a second to regroup, catch their breath, but also a chance to sort of spread the field, open up some space and see which way they're going to launch.
Yeah, so this is a great attacking opportunity. Even though they're inside the half, they can split the field here, make a read which way they go. Going out to the right to the strong side, probably looking for Hawkins again on the edge, but isolated in the middle right now.
Advantage for a high tackle there on Landon Hawkins. Here is Kingston Hawkins, his big bro, who's brought down at the ankles. But this time Cathedral recycle. A-bar with a bit of a loose pass, but it is picked up by Landon Hawkins there, and he's showing the same sort of step that his brother was doing earlier in the middle. Ocon gets it to Ritter, who's been dangerous all weekend. Gomez, though, with a strong tackle in the middle. And it's Cathedral who keep the ball alive. You've got Trower there as he finds Boyle, and Boyle steps back inside, and the sea has parted for him. One-on-one with the fullback, but he's brought down. But it's Cathedral, I say, who have the possession still. Ritter goes down the right. He switches with Hawkins. Hawkins bobbles but gathers. He's brought down. The offload to Ritter is good. Ball is still alive. Referee says play on. Boyle takes it flat to the line. Hawkins with a step. They've got a man on the outside if they can use him. Ibar doesn't take it. They take contact. Cathedral still have possession. They've got to score from here. Ritter taking a metre from the line. Cathedral have it again. This time it's Trower with a hard line, and he gets over. And that's a strong response from Cathedral, with Dylan Trower coming in for the try.
What a response there, as you said. I mean, the commentary there was beautiful, Corbs. I mean, it was great phases, probably 15 phases there by Cathedral. What I was going to say before the score, though, is you have to give a lot of credit to Carmichael's defence. I mean, they were defending for 15-plus phases there and really didn't get exposed gaps until late. They were very competitive at the breakdown, very solid in the tackle. So they'll be disappointed to give up that score, but pressure told, and now we're on a one-score game. And if you look here as the replay comes up here, beautiful from TVX. Again, really a nice hard line there, just crashing through, tired bodies, easy score in the end, but well worked, multiple phases.
And here is the try scorer who kicks us off again. The kick was not good, so it's 7-5 to Carmichael. But wow, Hawkins gathers that one. He's still on his feet. He's not beaten the fend and the finish. Outstanding work from Kingston Hawkins. Showing why he is a USA Rugby under-18 caliber player out there on the field. And it's Cathedral who go back-to-back scores and start to build some momentum.
Yeah, once again, Corbs, we've talked about it, all tournament and all the last several tournaments. Kickoffs are a massive weapon. If you can control the kickoff just like Hawkins did there, can lead to easy scores and change the game. So now all of a sudden Cathedral's back on top. Kick's good, up 12-7, still with about 20 seconds left in the half.
And it all started with a great restart. As you see here, the hang time, the one-on-one take. You get a match-up with the sort of height that Hawkins have, and then the athleticism, and that's why you get a TRY. But now we'll get back as Trower's about to kick off again. It's beautiful hang time again. Two men get up for Cathedral, but it's Gomez who gets the bobble ball. Abar with the breakdown attempt, but referee says no clear release. Oh, Hawkins has misread the arms. It's Carmichael ball. And it's Cathedral who need to get back 10, and this is Carmichael's chance to get some possession back, because it's been an all one-way traffic for Cathedral for these last couple of minutes. It's the last play of the half, a chance to claw back into the lead, and Gomez, he's been one of the main men for this Carmichael side making it happen.
Yeah, Corbs, as you said, I apologize, man. As you were saying, Carmichael's had very little possession. Cathedral, controlling possession, starting to control territory, back in possession once again. And like you said, almost before, they'll be looking to punch one in right before the end. Having said that, it goes the other way, Corbs.
Wow. Oh, wow. Cathedral there caught napping. They thought they had it all. They were playing some all-star, and it's Rukoval who gets the try with the intercept, and that is a 7-point swing moment. That could have been Cathedral away at the races with a lot of breathing room at the half. Instead, it's Carmichael, who you think are going to go ahead with this kick as it's right in front. That is a swing moment in the match, Jeremy.
Absolute game changer, like you said, really about a 14-point swing. It looked like Cathedral was on the horse and going to take control. Then all of a sudden a loose pass, and I have to say that Carmichael does what they do. If you look at this again, control possession, bit of a loose over the top pass, easily read, and you're not going to stop that guy from there. We saw him in Stanford, and he is an absolute stallion of a rugby player.
He really is, and if that ball went to hand to Trower, it's a definite try for Cathedral. They had 3 more men to burn on the outside. There's only one Carmichael player, but the pass was a little bit blasé with that B-ball sort of hook shot over the top, and it just left an opportunity, and now you've got Carmichael. They're going to say, listen, lads, we're in this one. We had opportunities, but we might almost let it slip, but we're back in it. We've opened the door again. And if you're Cathedral, you'll be frustrated for letting these boys back in the well, as Ryan Mattias looks like he's laying down the law to his players there.
Yeah, I'm sure he is laying down the law because they just got a little bit loose. They were definitely in control, but like you said, I love the B-ball reference. B-ball over the top loose that was able to be taken advantage of. And I have to say that our colleague Will Hooley would be very excited. He's not with us right now. I'm sure he'll be joining us soon. But when he comes over and sees at halftime Carmichael up 14-12 over Cathedral, I think we would hear a lot from him.
He'll be absolutely buzzed with that as we do another thank you to our broadcast partner. There is Will Hooley. We thought we banished him to pitch 2, but he's found a way back on camera, and he's sporting the wonderful gear with Isabella as well, and Dallin Stanford of all the West Coast Sevens merch. We recommend you to check it out on the website, as it's pretty flashy, especially some of the turquoise numbers. And lastly, just before we get back, a huge thank you to Falcon West Insurance. The drive, the discipline, the passion. Falcon West Insurance shares the spirit of rugby. Learn more at falconwest.com as we get ready for half 2 in what is a nail-biter of a semi-final here in the high school boys bracket, with Carmichael ahead 14-12 over Cathedral Catholic High School.
Like you said, Corbs, playoff footy, it's the best footy, and these high school kids have been showing it, all series, all day yesterday and again today. 14-12, beautifully poised, great kick to start the second half, and I think we're in for a barnstormer here.
Gomez got a hand to it. It looked like it might have gone forward, but referee says play on, and now it's Cathedral who get to sort of sprite. It's Ritter on the outside. He's got Rukoval to beat. Can he take him? He can't. He goes inside, then outside, but he's brought down in a fantastic cover tackle from Perona, and it's Cathedral who turn it over at the breakdown, and Carmichael showing there's fight left in this dog. They said, we remember what happened in Stanford, and we're coming for it again. As Rukoval looks for the kick through, it's blocked. And now it's Carmichael under a bit of pressure in their own 22. Oh, and they spill the ball in contact as he tried to go route 1 there.
Yeah, unbelievable sequence there. What I give credit to Carmichael, I mean, you would have thought Ritter was going in there, but I tell you, the cover tackling was unbelievable by Carmichael. They just have so much heart. They put heart and effort into every play, and it shows. They're still defending inside their 22, but they're still hanging into the lead.
Yeah, and Will Hooley is absolutely smiling at that on the sidelines here. He's joined us finally, but it's now Cathedral with an opportunity. Ritter saying, I'll make up for that break, lads, as he finds a way through on the outside and gets it down in what looks quite kickable sort of position, as it's Cathedral now who will take the lead 17-14 as we have a kick to remain. And, Will's now sort of starting to cry on the sidelines, but it's Carmichael who are going to have to find the next response in this game.
Yeah, Will is definitely crying a little bit. He'll actually be doing an interview after the match. I know he's hoping for a Carmichael win so he can do that interview. But again, credit to Ritter. He bounced back from a tackle over here, goes in, untouched on the far side, puts them back in the lead. But again, Corbs, with 5 minutes left, it is still very much anyone's match.
Really is. Ritter has been a USA sort of junior, sort of international caliber sort of player, and he's showing it there. He's got pace. He's well-rounded. They've used him more on the wing in this game, but now they brought him in the middle there. He's actually causing havoc with how he can get outside that player and create those little disconnects in those wide channels.
Yeah, so now Carmichael receiving the ball, looking to get out of their 22. They're still within 5 points. Little clever kick through. Oh, my goodness, what an individual effort.
With the chip and gather and the offload to come. And we were wondering if Carmichael were going to respond, and they have. Now it's Gomez, another one of their danger men. Keeps alive, but he's brought down. Carmichael recycle it. They move it down the edge. They're a little bit 6s and 7s there, though, with a forward pass and a knock-on. And that just gives Cathedral a little chance to regroup, because Carmichael showing they can strike from deep. Rookaval will take a risk with that little kick through, Jeremy.
Oh, what a beautiful kick through by Rookaval. He was very unfortunate, actually, got turned over. But once again, they just show their ability to change the game with some of their, exciting play. Unfortunately, a loose forward pass puts Cathedral back in possession. But again, love the way Carmichael are fighting in this one.
And they come down the left side to Ritter now, who steps back in the middle. He finds it to Hawkins. And then it's Hawkins who takes contact. Ritter at 9 finds Trower. Trower finds Hawkins. We now get it down the outside. It's a really good carry from Strasner. As they find Ritter again in the middle, it's Cathedral in the driver's seat. The Boyle dancing with the ball. He's got support. They take the contact.
Yeah, he was dancing. He wasn't going anywhere, but he was dancing. But the good news for Cathedral is they retain possession. They are going backwards, but there's still some opportunities. They've got some space on the edge if they move the ball, which unfortunately they don't. It goes to ground, but they still retain possession. So Carmichael's fighting hard here. A lot of defensive work. They've got to get their hands on the ball if they want to get back into this match with 2.5 left.
And it's Cathedral who have still found the possession here, and they are recycling and they're moving it through the middle. You've now got Hawkins who steps Gomez, who steps Rookaval. It gets the ball to Ritter. There's opportunity here if they can find it on the right-hand side. They get the ball alive. Hawkins finds it to the outside. And it's Larson, I believe. But the pass doesn't go to hand. It goes into touch. And that's another lifeline for Carmichael. As a score there might have been one too many, Jeremy. But now they'll have a chance to sort of exit off a line out from inside their own 22.
Absolutely. If you watch here, just wave after wave after wave of attack from Cathedral. But every time they tried to create something, Carmichael were in their face and really just putting their bodies on the line. And at the end, we just have a little bit of a loose play outside with a big tackle. Ball goes into touch, and Carmichael can clear the lines and get back in this with only 5 points down on the scoreboard.
Huge tackle here, and this is a really pivotal moment. 1:41 on the clock. Carmichael lose the line out, though, and that feeds Cathedral. They've got 3 men out here. Ritter's in the middle. He's got Larson on his outside. He takes Rookaval on the outside, but Rookaval makes the tackle. Referee says hands away. He's going to have to blow there as Carmichael didn't listen. And Cathedral now taps at Trower. He misses to Strasner. Strasner straightens. He's over the line in the middle. And that's a TRY. And potentially a full stop on this one as Cathedral strike.
Yeah, again, the patience paid off there. I think we had a lot of tired bodies from Carmichael. They just couldn't hang on defensively for that last series. And as you just said, Corbs, I think with less than a minute to go now, 2-score game, I'd probably say it's all she wrote, and deservedly so. I think, Cathedral have been the best high school team in the tournament so far. If you look at this replay here, again, it was just, move the ball, use your athleticism, crash over. And with 30 seconds left, we need fast movement from Carmichael, but I think it's probably a little bit too late for them to get back in. But again, all credit to them coming down from Northern California and playing at the level they have.
Absolutely. You just want to be composed here from Cathedral. Nothing silly. You get a little bit time, kick deep, beautiful there from Trower. that gets time off the clock, and you're pretty much saying this one's safe and done. Even if Carmichael go the length now, there's probably not going to be time, but never say never. But it's Strasner who's in the hunt there. They miss it. Cathedral get it, but referee says knock on there, as Trower was the one on it, and that is the final whistle. And that's all she wrote in this men's high school bracket. And it's Cathedral Catholic who march on to the final, 26-14, winners over Carmichael.
Yeah, Corbs, what a great match. Well called by you. I mean, it was back and forth, and, until the last minute, it really was anyone's match. But, credit to both teams. The high school competition here has been incredible, and I loved what these teams have shown. We've got on back in Belmont Shore still to come, so we've still got some more exciting, high school rugby to watch. And I think in a second, we're actually going to be turning it down to our colleague, Mr. Will Hooley. Unfortunately, I think he's going to have to, unfortunately for him, I think he's going to have to pick a Cathedral player to talk to, even though we would love to be talking to Carmichael. So give us a second and we'll turn it over to Mr. Will Hooley, who has a representative from Cathedral Catholic with him.
Yeah, Will Hooley down there with Reese Ritter from the victorious Cathedral Catholics. Down to you, Will.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I'm here with an absolute rock star in that game. There's no doubt about it, buddy. Reese, great job. How did that game go? Because it was kind of back and forth.
Yeah, there were some messy moments on both ends of the teams, but I think we stuck to our structure more, and that helped us get the victory.
Now, tell me, without being humble, what do you prefer, sitting someone down or beating someone on the outside? Because, buddy, you can definitely do both.
Usually it's me because I'm kind of small, beating them on the outside, but
you're not small.
When I get the moments to run someone over, it's pretty nice.
Oh, you look good. How does it feel in your team? You've been unbeaten, a great win against Carmichael. Credit to them. Yeah. You're going on then to the final stage. What's the feeling like?
Exciting. We were here last time in Los Angeles. Failed to make it in Stanford, but now that we got our team back, I think it's going to be a good final.
And last question for you. You're an absolute talent. What's your future? What do you want to get out of this? USA Sevens?
Yes, USA Sevens. Hopefully make it to the Olympics one day.
Love that. Maybe 2028. Here you go, Reese. Great job today. Great work from Cathedral Catholic. Back up to you, fine gentlemen, in the booth.
Outstanding, Will, there. And that is what it's all about. If you're watching this sort of game, it's about blooding the next talent. We've got LA 28. We've got home World Cups. And Reese Ritter is going to be a name to keep an eye on in the future. And it's obviously been a pleasure to call this opening sort of rounds of the West Coast Sevens here on finals day at Oceanside Sports Park. Myself, Alex Gubacera, and Jeremy Ognall in the booth. We've been blessed by Will Hooley, Dallin Stanford on the pitch side duties as well. We'll take a little bit of a break and we'll be back with more West Coast Sevens rugby action.
The 2025 West Coast Sevens continues its thrilling action on finals day. Belmont Shore taking on Ombak coming up in the high school boys competition. 8 sides started this competition, and this is semi-final number 2. We just witnessed a brilliant game between Carmichael and Cathedral Catholic. And Cobbs, you were on that game, my friend, and what a blockbuster that delivered.
It really was a top-level game, went down to the wire, and it was Cathedral Catholic who got the W in the end, I believe 26-14, after Carmichael being up 14-12 at the half. And now it's time to see who will meet them in the dance. And we've got 2 other outstanding under-18 high school boys competitors in Belmont Shore, coached by Pua, the legendary sort of USA rugby player. His son out on the field as well, Lolase Pua as well. And then you've also got Ombak with 2 amazing coaches. One of them, Gavin Demore, who's played for the USA Sevens national team, and really is an opportunity for these players to not just get coached by great coaches, but also get great competition here at the West Coast Sevens. And so far, we haven't had one high school boys game that has disappointed, and I don't think we're going to start now, Dallin, on semi-final time.
Certainly not, as we get ready for kickoff for Belmont Shore and Ombak. Great rivalry they have in the club game as well. I'm Dallin Stafford alongside Alice Corbacero, who'll be involved with Ombak coming up this season as well, which is fantastic. The seniors getting some real high-level IQ with Corbs in the mix. Not just a scrum sensation, but a music sensation as well. Hopefully we can get your tunes up here. But as we get ready for kickoff, it is Ombak on the left of your screen, kicking off to Belmont Shore. It's the boys' high school semi-final number 2. A short kickoff, a clever little play as Ombak put it to the boot and get it back. It's great skill indeed from them to get it. Nali doing brilliant work to keep possession alive. Now they move it to the left-hand side. Georgia Fasua had early possession. There's a lot of hot steppers in this game as well. You're going to see some fancy footwork coming into the fray. Jamison Brown takes him on the outside. He's got one of the headgears on. And now support arrives here for Ombak. Moving it to the left-hand side. Thought about a pass over the top. Adrian Farm, then cut back loose. Beautiful breakout for Ombak. Looking for the first try. Stunning work from Adrian Pham, and he has the opening 5 here in the semi-final. A vital score, and all started from the kickoff.
Huge moment there for the Ombak Wallabies. Adrian Pham, just a little step in the middle. It was good patience, kept possession, and then finally found a little bit of a disconnect and a bite in the middle, and that opened it up, and it makes it 5-0 here with a kick to come where you think it should be a formality. As that one goes over from Nalu Lee, making it 7-0. And there was Pham, just a little bit step back inside and then the gas to get around and really sort of set the tone.
A perfect start here in the semi-finals. Going high to get that kick, just the required 10 metres. It can bounce over. This one peels back, so it'll be a free kick. Alexis Safaro, our referee there in the middle, has possession for Belmont Shore. Chance to see them in action here now. Henry Frost shifts it across to the right-hand side. Now they got Mackay Harris on that far side. Johnny Pua looks on, their head coach. Flat ball to attack with, but they've got some dangerous steppers as they set off on a run right now. This one floats over the top. Not the best looking pass, falls short for Preston Hockman, unfortunately.
Good first defensive set there from Ombak. Is a little bit frustrating from Belmont as they turn it over, and it's a scrum to Ombak here and a chance to launch. As Lee is going to feed into this scrum.
Beautiful drone pictures from our crew here at the West Coast Sevens, the 3rd event this season. Previously being in Los Angeles and at Stanford University. Now here at the SoCal Sports Complex in Oceanside, California. Just a few miles from the beach. Lee with good scrum possession for his side to attack with. Now putting it on the front foot, getting a little step. George Fasua held in midfield. The Ombak Wallabies now around the fringes. Almost a little break there from Nalo Lee, and then beautiful offload here. They come to the races right now. Colton Dickinson there is in support, bumping a few players, barreling his way towards the line. Ombak looking for their second here in the semi-final. Space on the left. Can Belmont hold them out? No. Ombak are in again. Another sterling try. Momentum with a side in blue and white.
Really good work there from Ombak, and it came from an offload from Lee to what is a specimen of an athlete at this age group in Colton Dickerson, who, you know, showed pace, footwork, and then the power to get near the line, and then a bit of composure from Ombak. Eventually, I believe, saw Jamison Brown, I think was that number, but I need to double check that from where we saw. But here, Dickerson with this sort of carry, this sort of footwork, then the strength to stay on his feet and get inches away, and then the final finish in the corner. Miss pass out there. And I believe, yep, Jamison Brown, I am correct, thankfully. Darren's double-checking for me. And there are the brains trust of this Ombak team in Gavin DeMoy and Shane Dempsey, both former players, now coaching and giving back to the youth rugby.
Yeah, great to see them as well. Gavin DeMoy, USA Eagle sensation. Such a brilliant sevens player, nicknamed the Chicken Smoothie. We'll get back to that later as Belmont kick through here, and the chasers are coming through. Ombak will win this one, but they're very close to their own goal line, so they've got to dive on this one. And Fa'asua draws the penalty. You can't dive on a player who's on the ground, and so Ombak, side relief there with the 12-0 lead. Oh, that created a little bit of space. Beautiful work as they let the cut loose, chasing all the way here. Fam yet again. The tackle comes in, brilliant tackle. Preston Hockman has stopped the try there, but still plenty of support here for Ombak, and they will score yet again. Jamison Brown has a double, and their third try in the first half.
They're starting to run away with it a little bit here now, Dallin, and it just came from a lovely sort of bit of play, a break from Fam. You thought maybe he's going all the way, but an outstanding tackle from Hockman there gave him the ability to at least make them have to work a little bit harder for it. And then it was Jamison again. Brown getting the try and showing why Ombak are blistering away just with a very complete performance, as Lee gets the extra points there as well. They are starting to really run away with this one. And here they are. It came after a long line break. Fam was brought down, and then all the hard work of Fam opened the door for Brown.
This Ombak side, a couple of big wins. They beat Inferno 43-5. They did lose to Carmichael 21-17, showing how close the brackets are. Not 10 again. This will give a chance for Belmont Shore to now attack with. Belmont going to the right-hand side. A couple of good weaving and some steps there. That's Mackay Harris looking for work. Henry Frost goes to the short side. That's Caden Grant. Big tackle on Grant. Belmont stringing it down the line. Can they get their first try in this game? The half gap opens up beautifully. What a strike, what a run. Brandon Robertson gets the 5, and Belmont are on the board.
Much more like it from Belmont there, Dallin, and it just shows with a bit of possession what this team's capable of. It's been Ombak who'd had them in a bit of the rinse, wash, repeat, but that kick-off going short gave them the opportunity to attack, and you saw Frost looking dangerous there, and then Robertson really with the finish showing he's got absolute pace out there. Very, very impressive.
His kick hits the uprights, 19-5 the score.
Oh, wait.
And that's Robertson's try. Stunning work from the Belmont player. Final play of the first half. It is 19 points to 5. Ombak with a little goose. Setting that loose pass away. It'll bring a close to the opening 7 minutes. And Ombak, full value for their 19-5 lead here at the break. Belmont with a late score. Conversion missed from in front, unfortunately, but they're in the game.
Yeah, they've been in control, and it's been one of those ones where, you know, they started well, kept possession, ran a score up, and you know, Belmont's still in it with a sniff after that try from Robertson. But for me, it's a possession battle. who can hold onto the ball, who gets those kickoffs back, is probably the team that's going to come on the better side of the outcomes. Is there enough breathing room for Ombak to run away with this one? Potentially, as Long Beach, Belmont are going to have to start to chase a little bit more. But at the same time, they've showed they've got Dangerman out there and really can score on a dime out of nothing. So I think it's all to play for in the second half, as much as I think it favours Ombak.
Yeah, we're going to thank our partners and supporters for the West Coast Sevens, our third event here in California, producing some unbelievable boys, girls, women and men's rugby over the 3-course tournaments. But our partners have been superb.
Yeah, got to shout out our sports video partner. TVX Sports Video has been covering sports in San Diego and around the country for nearly 20 years. And they are committed to bringing you the best in live, local and emerging sports. Smash the like button and hit subscribe to show you support for our official broadcast partner, TVX Sports Video. And also got to thank our partners in Falcon West Insurance. Off the field, you're still a winner. The Falcon West Academy helps athletes build careers. Learn more at falconwest.com/academy. Fantastic program. Gavin DeMoya is actually, I believe, in that program as well. So it's a really good thing they're doing there at Falcon West. And speaking of good things, youth rugby in Southern California is thriving. And, we highlighted it early, Dallin, but what an opportunity for these players to get to play in events like this, to get to grow, to be seen by college coaches who'll be, peeking over there on the recruitment side as much as they've got their games to worry about. This next gen of talent is much on their radar as performance recruitment is part of the game, and it gives an opportunity to kind of get that 2 birds with 1 stone sort of analogy here.
Yeah, you're so right. We got a chance to see Tom Phillips and Jack Clark looking at some of these high school teams play. Some of these players will be applying to Cal. Some of them will be already accepted into Cal. It's a great opportunity for them firsthand to see them against good quality opposition. That's the other thing. You need to play against good teams to be seen. You can't be setting footage in and playing sides and winning 70-0. And that's this competition. Quality sides meet head-to-head. We saw a bit earlier Cathedral Catholic winning 26-14 against Carmichael in an absolute thriller. It was back and forth. This time it is Ombak with ball in hand yet again. They lead 19-5 here in the boys high school competition. 8 sides began this tournament yesterday, and now it's on the outside for Ombak yet again. The space to exploit. The try coming up. This Ombak side, so good. They will scorch the earth. And have they got this down? Try awarded. They're in again.
Landon Salem with the absolute gas to finish that one on the edge. Referee says he got it down with pressure control, then ball spilled. So that's try time as it is now Ombak. That was probably the chance that we thought Belmont might have, as they had to score first. But it's Ombak who strike, and that opens up a decent bit of breathing room.
Salem, he's frightening with Halloween approaching. And the conversion as well. Nails the kick. Ombak 26, Belmont 5. Perfect start to the second half.
And here it is. Just gets a little bit of a sniff on the outside. Gets a break. Had no one near him after that initial burst of speed. And then gets it down before that ball spills. And that's another one for Ombak as they make the kick, making it 26-5. They are in control with Lee kicking off again.
Beautiful striker of possession is Lee. Goes up high. Belmont able to get this one in the end. They feed it back in. It was knocked on, and it's a correct call from our referee.
Yeah, that ball spilled forward there. I believe it might have been off the kickoff catch receipt. But then that now means a scrum to the Ombak Wallabies as Lee will feed. And I've been very impressed with Ombak in this game. They'll be giving Cathedral Catholic in the final a real run for their money if they can put another performance like this together.
You're so right. 5 minutes to see if they will go through. Now it's a good scrum as well. Peeling around the fringes. Great vision. And they go down the short side. Nalu Lee will score. And he gets the dive as well. That's some champagne rugby from this young sensation.
Really, really strong rugby from Ombak here as they're starting to run away with it. And, it's all pressure, creating tries, the right areas, the right field. They're holding on to possession, and Belmont are starting to crack.
Kick coming in here from Kingston Garrison. Pops this one over for a 33-5 lead.
And there it comes out of the scrum. Almost sometimes if you push too hard at the scrum and you overcommit trying to get that ball, if the 9 can scrag free like there like Lee, it can almost work against you. We've seen that a couple times across the weekend.
Yeah, it works out really nicely. This kick a little deeper, giving Belmont a chance to take this one cleanly. Here they can go. Shane Pony. Loose ball passed over the top. What have Belmont got in store for us? Barreling upfield. There was De La Cruz. Macau De La Cruz. Now the space opens up. Here we go. Pony is away, being chased. Hunted down. Looking for the step to get in for the try. Good footwork. And a finish. Shane Pony for Belmont. They get in with a nice try.
It just shows that if Belmont hold on to the ball, this could be a much closer game than we've seen so far. They've got electric dangermen there like Pony, just showing his pace, his ability to even be a bit blasé at the end and finish with style. This is a team that, you know, if they can hold possession and they can sort of stop some of the bleeding, they have the weapons to punish on back. And here, you know, valiant chase back from the big number 5 of Ombak and Davis, but then it just wasn't enough as Pony still found a way over the line. And that makes it 33-12 as Coach Pooh is getting some changes on. Same with Ombak Wallaby making a few changes as well, as this game is now into the final 2.5 minutes, Darren.
Yeah, 33 points to 12. Ombak we're looking secure to go to the final, playing against Cathedral Catholic a bit later today. We've got Cal against UCLA in the collegiate men's final as well, happening the last match as we crown 2 different champions in 2 different divisions. Belmont Shore kick this one down. Will be possession to Ombak to close things out. About 2 to go. Belmont getting to the line out now to defend here. Ombak. Hockman is there at line out time looking for the lift. Not the best throw, but it does come the way for Ombak. Again, the Wallabies streaking through. Beautiful work. Such powerful running. And they'll score here again. That is Ombak at its finest.
The athleticism of this man in Colton Dickerson is very notable out there. It's hard not to see him there. He looks almost like he's one of the collegiate players with how dynamic and his size, and he is a weapon out there. And if you give him any space and an opportunity to finish, that's the second barnstorming run we've seen from him in this game.
The extra 2 goes to the side. Dickinson try a classic here as they are up 38-12.
And look at that. The big man gets a bit of the luck of the bounce, but then to have some of the physicality we've seen from him, but also the pace to finish, that makes him a real versatile athlete out in this Sevens game.
Gavin Diamore looks on, the US Eagle, as Ombak string it together beautifully off the kickoff again. Dickinson's in midfield. This time they're flowing over the top. It's a lovely pass and a bit of open space to exploit Justin Trent. Tackled well into the 22. Now Dickinson is there. The big frame beats 2 or 3 wriggles, goes again. Oh, it's another score at close range. Ombak go in. Dickinson scores 2 in a row.
He is on sensational form. He's been a wrecking ball, like I said, and that's exactly what we're talking about. You've seen the gas to go the length, but also the physicality to truck, and that's what I love to see in some of your forwards out there in the Sevens game.
Superb try, 43 points to 12. This will be the last few moments of this game. And that's the full-time whistle. Congratulations to Ombak. They go through to the high school final. They defeat Belmont here by 43 points to 12. Later today, they will take on Cathedral Catholic in the final.
Sets up a big one down in there. You got your 2 hot prospects in the high school bracket meeting in the final. They're also pretty local to each other as well, so they'll know each other out there. There'll be some rivalry. A lot of them will play high school club against each other, and also, you know, a bit of sort of higher representative honours together as well. It makes it a nice spicy encounter as we get ready to go pitch side with the legend that is Will Hooley, as we managed to sort of, ship Jeremy off Joking, Jeremy. But yeah, it's been a great day, and got to love some of this sportsmanship here as well. And I think that's honestly one of the things, Dallin, that sets our sport apart from the rest, is the way they play. Such intensity against each other, but the respect off the field.
Yeah, absolutely. These are friends off the field, which is so great to see. And these teams really produced a barn-burning performance. Armbach, of course, standing tall in the end with a 43 points to 12 victory there. They were brilliant. Jamison Brown was brilliant. Well, it sounds like Armbach are ready. Will Hooley's pitch side with our post-match report here.
Dallin, I only wanted to grab one, but the whole lads have turned up. Great job. Love that. I am with Jamison wearing the number 12. Buddy, great win for you guys. You now go and play Cathedral Catholic, but quickly to sum up that semi-final.
We just brought momentum from the start. We were really excited for this match after a loss yesterday, so we're looking to get to the final, and we're just hoping to keep the momentum through the game.
What's going to be your point of difference? You know how competitive it's going to be against Cathedral Catholic. What do you guys have to do?
Just play together, use the width of the field, intensity in the breakdown, and just using our speed.
What's the atmosphere like, guys? Yeah? All right, it's all good. Who's the money man? Who's going to bring the X Factor? Is it going to be Jamison? Everyone's so humble. Boys, congrats to Armbach, congrats to Jamison. We look forward to seeing them go in the final against Cathedral Catholic and the high school boys. Guys, go and rest up, all right? Go and get hydration, do stuff, do things that are professional. We'll go back to the other professionals, down at Stanford and Alex Corbusiero.
Well done there, Will. Unbelievable stuff. I don't know if Will's shrinking or high school kids are getting bigger in this country, but there's some size out there in the Armbach Wallabies as well as they march on to a shot in the dance of the final against Cathedral Catholic. But there's more rugby in store as we're getting ready for a collegiate clash in the men's bracket, which sees Mira Costa College, the darlings of the dance. They upset GCU in their opening game, but it's been tough since then. They're taking on Claremont. I am joined in the booth with Ian Denham, and he's coming in with the one and only Will Hooley to call this one. Gentlemen, enjoy.
Thank you, Corbs. Yeah, it is Mira Costa and Claremont. They're going to be battling out in the plate of the college tournament. We've seen these boys a lot this weekend, haven't we?
Ian, it's good to be back in with you, man. Yeah, again, we're going to see how they get on here on Field 1.
Not gone from the restart, but it's our boy Tanner again, number 9 for Claremont, putting up a high hanging ball. And Mira Costa again. We talked about these lads last minute coming into the tournament. Don't have as many players, but a double step off the right foot. And they're looking to start this one in anger. It's the last game of the day for these two teams, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They just want to try and finish with a bang. It's been a good couple of days. Mira Costa late into this competition. Credit to them as, oh, here we go, Ian. Maybe they're coming through.
Mira Costa up to the 22. But they're judged to be off their feet at the breakdown. And again, challenging the ruck. That's a strong clean out there from the Claremont boys. And Tanner Holland throws it back with the right hand side on the switch, but it's knocked forward. Great start with a bit of enthusiasm from both these teams.
Bit of enthusiasm, and that's what we hope in their last game here on the Sunday of the West Coast Sevens. Claremont looking to fight back after their disappointment this morning. And then Mira Costa, they had a tough game against, what was it, Long Beach earlier?
Yeah, Mira Costa did. We watched that game. It was Narisma, though, who's going to feed into the scrum. That managed to get the one try on the board for Mira Costa. As he goes again. And they're not going to try find the edge. They're going with the big man up the middle. That's Carlos Hernandez with the carry. And then they throw the big one over the top. And we talked before about Anglin Smith, who can really put the foot down, and he stabs it through. Jack Farber there does the work to get all the way back in the chase to his own goal line, and he's tackling the goal line now, so they will get the ball back.
I think that's a little bit harsh on Farber. He worked all the way back to number 7 for Claremont and then got a big push in the back. You were not allowed to do that as soon as you were about to try and dive on the ball. So I think Claremont were very unlucky to not get the penalty. Mira Costa, though, Referee didn't give it, so therefore Miracosta managed to take this over and they got the scrum. So, yeah, I do feel for Clermont. Poor Faber worked so hard to get back and then just got pushed.
Yes, indeed. We did see Anglin Smith there on the edge for Miracosta. He looks to be the danger man. He made the break down the right-hand touchline, then dropped it on the boot. And he's won the territory for this club now. And as they get the ball back, it's just a little bit of a high one for the 10. And ball goes to the centre. Is that knocked down off the hand of a Clermont player? Referee waves for advantage. And they're inside the 22 now, in the middle with the pitch split. They can go either way. They opt to go to the right-hand side. And that is number 14, Brodie Wilson, with the carry. He tries to get a handoff away. Not too much direction there from that one, but they're still here.
They are in, and actually in the best position they could be with a centre-field scrum. Love this in the game of sevens when you do open up both sides of the attack. You mentioned about that number 9 for Miracosta, Anglin Smith. He has definitely stood out for them in every game, certainly that I watched, even in their struggle against Long Beach. He's going to move to that far right-hand side, so it wouldn't surprise me if they look to try and get the ball in his hands.
No, not at all. Narisma's going to feed, and most likely they're going to try find him, or will they switch it back to this left-hand touchline? They do not. They say stick with the programme, get it into his hands, and they do that. And Anglin Smith puts the foot down, waves the arm over, tries to get an offload away out the back, and it doesn't go to hand. He's bundled into touch. There's one thing you want to stay away from in the sevens game, is that touchline, isn't it?
It's that other defender. There's 7 players on the field and you're trying to cover so much space. You're going to try and use that touchline to your advantage as a defender, but for an attacker, just stay away from it. In the end, Anglin Smith just can't keep the ball in play. It's a good last bit of defence from Clermont.
Clermont again have had a little bit of a challenging tournament so far, and they find themselves deep in their own half as they just walk into this first line out in the day. They pop it up to the man in the middle. Nice and simple, job gets done. And they decide to play with it. Flat pass just about on the borderline there, and you can see the lovely drone overhead shot of the one-on-one. He gets around him. Can he go the full way? He puts the foot down. This is a proper chase, and I tell you what, I was never going to tell those boys to kick, but they have proved me wrong. Play the ball.
Ian, you love a little kicking behind. I don't blame you because no one's there, but when you got someone like Fred Zhang, I've been impressed by this young man, the number 4 for Clermont. Constantly, both sides of the ball as well. I remember we had that game where he had an unbelievable defensive effort against SDSU. Well, he's showing his ability in attack. Good pace, stayed with it all the way. And as much now, he's taking a deep breath. They'll be looking to try and get the ball to him as much as possible. He is certainly a threat.
No luck there on the conversion, but let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, he just beats that first man, Ian. And you were saying about maybe just trying to dribble it in behind. Maybe that's how he can use his gas. But because he got away from that first defender, it then was all up in front of him to go and take space.
Has to be huge appreciation for that. When you break a tackle, you're slowed down and still managing to accelerate and beat another man. It's a very difficult thing as the restart goes long into the Miracosta half. And that's Anglin Smith with the carry. He says, don't stand in front of me, I'll bounce you. But the ruck is formed and they're just outside the 5 metre line now. Territory in the hands of Clermont. Little pop to the outside, but ball's on the deck now. A little bit of pressure on this Miracosta team now as Clermont are putting some shots in, aren't they?
On your feet! Right feet!
Narisma. They look for Anglin Smith, but this time they skip over the top. Lovely little move. I love it. The enthusiasm from the touchline here from Miracosta is palpable. Fair play.
Love seeing these guys get so involved and so up for it. It's been a hard tournament for Miracosta throughout. They got that big win against GCU. I've mentioned it numerous times already. That was in the morning yesterday. They fought hard, really hard. And it's the little wins that is getting the bench up on their feet.
And there we are, Will. Boot the ball now, and it's just a chase down Anglin Smith. And again, look at that work from Jack Farber. We've seen him do 2 today already, and we've seen him in the previous games. Every loose ball he is sprinting to, isn't he?
It's a great bit of work from Faber, but I wonder for his rest of his Clermont team, they need to get back and help him as they're going to be trying to attack from their own try line.
Miracosta shot out of the line to make a big hit, but unfortunately it was Graf that they ended up hitting, who's a big man. And that's talking about the big man, we have our main man now. Tanner Holland, can he go the whole way?
Tackle.
That's a fantastic cover tackle. Pop off the deck.
Oh!
And look who it is. That's our number 7, Jack Farber. He's gone one end of the pitch to the other. That's 2 chase downs, 1 for a tackle and 1 for support. That is work rate, isn't it?
That is some of the most incredible passenger rugby I think we've seen in the West Coast Sevens from both sides of the field and from both teams. Massive credit to Faber. He was the one who worked all the way back for Clermont for that defence, and then he ends up going all the way the other side of the pitch to pick up the offload for the try. But a special shout out to Brodie Wilson from Miracosta. The way he went all the way, I saw where he came from, and it was from another state. It was pretty much Arizona. He came all the way back over here, made an unbelievable tackle, got up on his feet and nearly took Faber down. Credit to both sides, showing a never give up attitude.
Tanner Holland misses there. Hands are on the hips. He's a little bit tired, but Coach Ray Egan over there will be giving some credit to the boys. He'll be running out of credit for the boys for our boy Jack Farber, because that's 2 chase downs in a row. And you can see as the players get strapped up and Miracosta bring it in.
The sun is beaming down as well, Ian, isn't it? It's just like, talk about doing a double day of sevens. You can just tell that it is taking out on the legs, and with the extra Californian sun on there, I mean, hey, we're sat pretty nicely up here in the booth with a bit of shade on our heads, but I think it's cooking on the field right now.
Yes, indeed. It's a little bit of a conserving energy struggle at the start of a game, isn't it? Where you're like, I want to have enough to be able to go the length in the last minute for a try score, or I want to be able to put the effort into a big hit at the end of the game. So you're trying to conserve maybe a little bit, which can work against you at times as well.
Yeah, you see, if you look at some of the top 7 sides in the world, how when they do move the ball kind of in their own half, they are giving themselves depth, maybe sort of standing still, moving it, just letting the ball do the direction of the play, and then suddenly, bang, they come to light and they really accelerate. So that is that way of just trying to conserve the energy, so then when you do unleash it, it's 100%. And I think a lot of these teams over the last weekend certainly have learned a bit of that, but also naturally, as you've mentioned, coming into the second day, it's so hard to go 100 miles an hour for the whole 7 minutes of each half. So is it just a matter of just keeping hold of the ball, recycling, and then in the right time, giving it maybe to the right player to then snap into action and try and make that try?
Yeah, Miracosta will be looking to close up that gap a little bit. It's 2 tries, neither of which converted, so we are at 10-0. The Miracosta players, Hernandez, Brodie Wilson, and of course our man Anglin Smith will be looking to maybe get an early try, bring it back to 10-7, make this a battle for the last few minutes.
Yeah, you hope for Miracosta. They got that final try in the game against Long Beach through complete effort. Can they bring that same effort in this second half? It literally was just a matter of staying in the fight. Nothing terribly tactical. They've got to try and keep these mistakes down as much as possible, and if they can, from this restart, maybe even try and win the ball back.
Restart's coming in. We've got Tanner Holland, our boss. Graf is our big man for this Clermont team, and of course, Jack Farber, he's the workhorse. So with those 3 players, they've enough to see this through. They're in no rush to restart this game. They're 10-0 up. Tanner Holland knows his stuff. He's walking towards the ball slowly. He says, I'll take my time with this one. And with the pink boots, he makes the tap and gets us underway. And that's Farber. Little channel hop and a pop over the top to Graf. Maybe the simple one was called for that time. He looks annoyed at himself, but the ball will go to Miracosta. They'll try pop one into this line out. Both teams pretty slow to set, aren't they? It's been a lot of minutes on the sevens pitch.
It has. This has been their final game of the weekend. The wonder now for Miracosta, great shot there from our drone. There is no one in behind. I'm interested whether Clermont do act with a sweeper off this lineup, because I feel like they've just got to try something a little bit different. To win the ball first, though.
They opted to pop up Narisma as the jumper there for Miracosta, and they get the ball back. Halfway line now with the pitch evenly split, space each side, and they opt for the left. And it's nearly a Zinedine Zidane style volley kick into the Clermont half. And it's worked, because they've won a little bit of territory. And with the way we've seen line-out set pieces going with tired teams, you can really think that they're going to challenge this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, line-outs is a bit of a lottery in sevens, particularly kind of at this level, with maybe not the same amount of work that they've done in the set piece and training in the set piece. So not a bad option for Miracosta. I just saw Anglin Smith, he was running after that. If that just bounced up an extra bit, he might have had himself a try.
Throw in is good. Ball goes to Tanner Holland and then to Farber. Little bit of a move. And he opts to throw the same pass that he didn't go to hand last time, but this time it does. Kevin Winchell in the corner. Length of the pitch, Will. How's that?
Brilliant work, and it's from Farber as well. He's been outstanding in this game. If there's an MVP to give already, it's the number 7 from Clermont. Both sides of the ball. This one's an assist. He's got his try. He makes a great break with a big stiff arm and gets that offload away for Winchell to get over in the corner. Excellent work, excellent individual bit of work from the Clermont number 7, setting up his man for the try.
And as we look at the drone shot there, great follow through from Tanner Farber on the kick, but let's have a look at this replay.
Yeah, great work from Farber just to get away from the defender, and then the awareness, the basketball style-esque offload perfectly into the hands of Kevin Winchell, who was running onto the ball. Excellent support from him, but just ultimately good work, individual stuff. Beat your first defender and then it's open. Do you try and run the extra yard? If you get a bit of a strag tackle on you, can you get your hands free? That's exactly what Farber was able to do.
Tanner Holland opts to go deep, but that one's ran into the end goal, but they're going to play it. Miracosta playing from their own goal line. If they can do the same as Clermont, going coast to coast, that would be a terrific performance. But they're tackled just outside their own 22. Anglin Smith's on the edge. That's Brody Wilson with the carry in the middle of the pitch, and they pop back down to the right hand side. Just a little bit of a bounce play. That's Narisma's on the edge, and he can step. The dummy goes and the offload gets away, but referee calls it back. Yeah, he just didn't fight through contact enough to get that one away. But Narisma, you could see the try line in front of him there.
Oh, you said it. Narisma he's quick. He was the one who got the try in that last game against Long Beach. The footwork and the ability and the acceleration he has. If it wasn't for the forward pass, he was away and gone. And with 2.5 minutes still remaining, if Miracosta can get this try, the next try, then this game is still certainly up for grabs. Obviously, the other side of that is that if Clermont can put it to bed with going with a big attack from the scrum.
Laskowski to put in, and he feeds it right back. Tanner Holland, they run a little loop play in the middle. That's nice. Can Winchell get a double? Each touchline. He already went in on the left, and now he's gone in on the right. You'll take that one, wouldn't you? As a winger, I'll just switch touchlines there. I'll get another one over here. I can fend with my left. I can fend with my right.
And you know what also you take is the coaching staff at Clermont, because they would have pre-made that move going into the tournament and probably thinking to themselves, when can we pull it off? When do we need to pull it off to score a try? It's a lovely wraparound. I'm sure after the conversion we'll get another look at it. Excellent work. Guess by who? Number 7 Farber. Excellent hands, and you're right. Winchell gets over on that far corner. Here we go, Ian. It's a lovely no-look loop play. The way he keeps his eyes on the defender the whole time. It's risky, but it's also really clever. Fixing the defender. The man loops round him, the Clermont attacker linking up with Winchell for the 2-on-1 on the outside. Great work off that line out, and I think now, Ian, I don't know about you, but it looks as though that's game, set and match.
It's game, set and match, and listen, I'm a happy man. Anytime I get to see a loop, I am an Irishman. Ronan O'Gara, Johnny Sexton.
Loved it.
They say in Dublin 4, if you hand your mate a pint, it has to be in the form of a loop. You have to run a loop with him.
I'm sure for the rugby fans out there who've watched the Love International Rugby, I know exactly what you mean, yeah. That was the only play in their book, wasn't it?
That was very good, though, wasn't it? Anglin Smith with the carry. He's won himself a penalty. He still has that bit of fight in him, and we saw that last day where I think he set up a last minute try, a consolation try, and they're looking to do the same now. It's 20-0. We've got 27 seconds left, and that is Narisma. It's nearly knocked, but he holds on to it, and again Narisma finds his hands on the ball. Anglin Smith says give it, but the carry's brought up to the halfway line. That's Farber again, making himself busy on D. Fantastic counter ruck there. But there is a penalty where I'm not seeing exactly what that's for. Anglin Smith has a smooth, glidey bit of movement. Defend goes, but that's Tanner Holland. He's equal to the task. And you can hear the applause, the approval, the enthusiasm from the touchline at Clermont. They're delighted with that one.
And what a way to finish it there for Clermont. A performance built on effort, really stemmed by their number 7, Jack Farber. He was outstanding. Unfortunately for Miracosta, they weren't able to get the try right at the end, and you like to think actually for their side of things maybe they did deserve something out of this game, but in all fairness to Clermont, they were the winners. And for you, Ian, as well, what a great game to be part of.
Yeah, it was great. Final score here: Claremont College's 20, Miracosta 0. We're going to hand it down to Isabella, who has the workhorse with her there.
I do have the workhorse here. I have the captain right now. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're feeling just from the first game to this game, and what ways have you guys improved? Because that was beautiful.
Yeah, no, this is definitely not the tournament we were exactly looking for. We have a lot of new, young guys out here on the team, but just to show that like resilience and grit for that second game when we're beat up, tired. Super proud of the boys, how the boys finished today.
You guys did an amazing job finishing it off. So tell me, you've gotten to watch yourselves progress through West Coast Sevens. What have you learned as a team coming off of the season?
Listen, like, I think we know we're not where we want to be, where this program has been in years past. But I think we see that there's a lot of building blocks here. Some of the boys out here who are not being interviewed, who definitely deserve it. But yeah, no, the pieces are there. We just got to put together.
Well, I love it. This has been an amazing game. Congratulations once again on a beautiful win for Clermont, and I can't wait to see how you guys progress coming into the future. Amazing work out here on this pitch, and I'm going to be taking it right back up to Will Hooley, where Will is going to tell you about another game that is coming up.
Thank you, Isabella. Yeah, great stuff from Sam Farber there. Credit to him. Excellent performance, young man. And now we've got back to the collegiate men's, so it's the last of this sort of 5th and 4th playoff run, or sorry, 6th and 5th playoff run that I should be saying. This is SDSU Aztecs taking on Long Beach State, and Ian, we've been impressed by both these teams this morning. They had very convincing wins, and particularly Long Beach, they've got some outstanding players.
Yeah, I've just seen the San Diego State team as well walk by, and it looks like Ronan Green is sitting this one out. He's been a boss for them, so it might be a tough one. Look at the Long Beach team. They're energised, they're fully stocked, ready to go. And they've got talent on this team as Moxley sits on the edge waiting for the ball from Victor Gomez, and he gets it now. He'll challenge right away, throws one out the back to Victor Gomez.
Unbelievable.
And that's a good chase down. Can he go all the way? Fantastic finish, Will.
That is silly good. And it's the man Ethan Moxley. We know he's got some quality experience to his name, but this is filthy out the back. Unbelievable work from Moxley's 13 to get the offload away for the opening score. We'll wait for the conversion. No, I think we get to see it now. Take a look at this. Draws in 2 defenders and then That is stunning. There was a player once called Sonny Bill Williams for the New Zealand All Blacks who was known for the cat flap out the back door offload. That was Sonny Bill-esque.
Will, I think I saw you throw a couple of them back in the day. Now, they didn't go to hand, and they were not gone, and it was a turnover, but you still did it.
Ian Denham, you bugger. I might have to slightly nudge you off this platform in a minute for saying something as outrageous as that. Yeah, I thought I had it in my locker. Very rarely did it come off.
Gomez puts one of the higher ones we see today, but it might not go 10 as it goes back, giving State an opportunity to play. Yeah. A few lads to mention on this Long Beach State team: Moxley, Elijah Pua, Mutu and Gomez. They've really been lads who can get tries today, and Cantelme got himself nearly a hat-trick in the last game, but would generously pass one right over the goal line to his mate Mutu. Fantastic poach tech there from Michele. They win the turnover, and it is Pua. A shot in the middle of the field, and they just duck right in behind to Moxie there. You can see San Diego State are really trying to get off the line. That must be their kind of style play in D. Take away space, Will.
Yeah, they've got to try and put these quality players under pressures. They're going wide to wide, not allowing them to offload. That's when Long Beach are so good, is when they get the ball away quickly.
Michele with the big carry at the edge. That's Pua. Gomez has set himself at 10. He looks assured. He scans, goes to the ball and feeds again. Atelme tries to drop it onto the boot, but it's not done so well. Referee says play on though, and ball goes wide to Moxley. Can he finish? He decides to step, tries to toe the double, the old Michael Double. It's knocked forward now, and it's back with San Diego State. This is scrappy now. The dummy at the fringe, and ball goes back. Calls for move it from the San Diego State touchline, and they've certainly thrown it out the back again. Long Beach are scrambling here, and there's a set of tired bodies, and we can hear the calls for go on the touchline. They want them to play it. Little pick around the fringe. I don't think San Diego State have actually passed it from the deck at all straight away. They're picking every time. They want to challenge kind of route one in and around the fringe. They don't want to spread it out wide.
Need to try and put a bit of pace on this ball. It is very scrappy rugby, looking for any inroad. I just wonder now who's going to be the first team to give.
Get rid of the ball here!
Right up the middle there. It's on number 4, Christian Farias.
Get rid of the ball!
And you can hear, well, I'm not too sure if you heard that on the broadcast, but there are some screams, there are some shouts from the San Diego State touchline. And it's 5-5 now with conversion to come. And I'll tell you what, if San Diego State get the win here, you'd consider that an upset, wouldn't you?
Definitely. The way that they've performances of yesterday compared to today. I mean, the two performances we've seen so far this morning and then this one now. Great bit of a opportunistic rugby there, just seeing the space and going there for the number 4 for Farias. And so there's still plenty of rugby left, but they're on top.
Couple of passes from Long Beach, bringing it to the middle of the pitch and splitting and deciding to bounce back. It's adjudged to be knock on there, and that's maybe just the little entry into the game that San Diego State need. 7-5 scrum down in their 22.
Definitely, Ian. And actually, I'm looking at the difference in the game that Long Beach had this morning against Miracosta, now against SDSU. Miracosta didn't really pressure. They didn't get up into the attacking face of Long Beach, therefore never put their skills under pressure. SDSU are definitely just asking more questions, getting in their face, and therefore hurrying their play. And it's something which Long Beach so far have not dealt with very well. And that's why SDSU have the turnover. SDSU standing really deep. You wonder whether they're going to just try and move this to the width as soon as they can.
I know, I thought that might be some sort of a trick play. They're giving the opportunity for Long Beach to just take away that space, and you can see now that tackle's made not even at the gain line. Referee waves advantage, and it's off the turnover that Long Beach get the try. You just talked about that defensive style of Long Beach, sitting off and waiting for teams to make a mistake and then really upping it, bringing the energy down on turnover.
Yeah, well, definitely that's what SDSU were doing in terms of trying to get up into the face of Long Beach and putting them under pressure. Then it was just the opposite way around there. SDSU, we mentioned how they were looking to hold their depth, try and move to the outside, and Long Beach didn't care about that. They just kept coming in the defensive line, and it was a fantastic turnover in the end from Long Beach. That's number 12, Antrobus. So not only did he get the turnover, but then goes and gets the try. Credit to him.
The kick comes and is unsuccessful as we have a look at the replay here from turnover. And if there's a common theme that we see amongst the best teams at this tournament, it's taking those opportunities at turnover. Probably the best time to score, Will, in sevens.
You're absolutely right, Ian. It is. It's an opportunistic game because of such a short amount of time. Every moment, it's such a game of moments. Rugby is, but in particular sevens. And that might make the difference in this game, Ian, because it is a tight one.
It is a tight one, and San Diego State running it from their own 22, and we mentioned before of the running rugby that they've wanted to play in the past. Some fantastic alumni, Stephen Thomasine, the captain of the USA Sevens, being one of them. He was a football convert and an absolute phenom as a 19-year-old when he transitioned from football to rugby. We might get the opportunity to chat to him here today, but it just goes to show that you take your opportunities at the college level, you get spotted, and if you're an absolute freak like Thomason, who we might talk to, you'll make it all the way up to the USA team.
I mean, this is what this West Coast Sevens is for. It's the platform for fostering that talent that's coming through on the collegiate level. Absolutely. Someone like Zach Test is going to take a look at these men out here and see who might be in an Eagles jersey to come on the Sevens scene, and then equally for the high school side of things as well. There's talent across the board. It's something to be very excited about.
And just as we discussed, Stephen Thomasine played for San Diego State, and he was an absolute phenom football convert, and now he's captaining the USA Sevens. Dallin, you got him touchline.
That's right, my friend. Well, what an honour it is. Steve Thomasine, that's a big sensation. USA Sevens star. But it's also college level. Tell us about your college days.
Yeah, I started my career here at San Diego State. We had the big national championship tournament in College Station late in December, and when I came to San Diego State to play sevens, I knew immediately that's what I wanted to do long term in the sport of rugby. And so my journey to the national team started with tournaments just like these up and down the coast of California.
I love that, and that's so nice, because the goal of the West Coast Sevens is to expose the game to high school players, which are here now as well. How cool is that as well? Like, a high school player is watching, is playing, and all of a sudden the coaches from all universities are scouting.
I think it's amazing. I mean, the kind of exposure that these high school kids are getting now, I mean, I don't know what kind of scouting's going on here, but to be able to play in front of major universities on the West Coast, not only does it get you in front of their eyes, but it shows you this is what I can do next year or the year after when I graduate and go to college.
Just a quick thing for those players watching as well, what is it like to represent your country on the big stage? What's it like to go to the Olympics with Team USA?
There's nothing better in the entire world. It makes all the sacrifices worth it. If it's something that you want to do, putting in the work is it's worth it in every sense of the word.
Well, listen, thank you for everything you do. You've been an absolute rep for the USA across the world. Love having you here as well, my friend. Did you bring the boots? Because I believe there's a one-on-one duel between you and I.
Boots stayed at home. Coach Tess doesn't want me putting them on today, so we'll have to settle that on the World Series at some point.
Oh, great to have you. Thank you, my friend, for being here. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
An absolute phenom, Stephen Thomasine, and two former USA Sevens players there, Dallin and Steve-O. So you're telling me all I have to do to play for the USA Sevens is hang power clean 150 kilos as a 19-year-old?
Flipping heck. I don't know what to say of that, because I was nowhere near that. That's maybe why I didn't play international sevens, as Long Beach try and get themselves... Oh, it looks like a penalty. So good to have Stephen Thomasine here today.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, literally showing the pathway of what can be, and what a stalwart to USA Rugby. That's the thing what I would say to Stephen. It's just an absolute stalwart and has been around the block now for a while, such a veteran, and hopefully, you know, he's an idol for a lot of these guys wanting to follow the same sort of pathway.
Yeah, he is, and he always did have a natural athleticism, of course, but that's not what made him a great player. It's the dedication to his craft, it's his work on his skills. His passing has improved year on year, and he's even kicking now a bit. I tell you what, when he first played, he couldn't kick snow off a rope, that chap. And Long Beach are in now. That's our man who had a double in the last game. Victor Gomez walks out. They look composed now. They said, San Diego State, we're in a little bit of ascendancy, and they made a couple of errors, but they look at are they reducing the number of passes now? They look like they'll be going up the middle a little bit.
Yeah, maybe, and this is where you can see fatigue coming into play. Yeah. That's when you see gaps opening up in the midfield. Pretty simple stuff. It's just the right foot step in the end from that man, number 11, Cantami. So, good try for Long Beach State. And I would just say what's been the difference between maybe the top four sides in the men's game, maybe considered the bottom four side, is just the mental capacity of understanding, you know, now for SDSU, they are under the pump. Can they just try and find something to get back? Yes, you conceded a try, but it's not about doing the double bubbles, I call it, and making an early mistake now and conceding another try soon after.
Yeah, very true. You feel that a team like Long Beach has all the elements to be a top side with Pua, with Moxley, with Mutu, but it's just maybe staying in the game for the full 14 minutes, isn't it, to challenge the teams like Cal, like UCLA.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And look, it's such a short amount of time, sevens, for 7 minutes, a half, that you've got to be focused throughout. You have a dip of concentration or a lapse of back-to-back errors, and that's really costly. Is now SDSU, they are trying to play out of their half here and fighting through the middle. Just wonder if they can get a little bit of extra depth. They need to try and find it to a width.
They do, and just remember they're playing with a couple of lads who didn't start at the start of this tournament. They lost Ronan Green through injury. We can see a couple of the boys carrying knocks on the touchline. One of them has got their arm in a sling, so fair play to these lads who are maybe not the starting boys, but they're showing some huge fight here today against this talented Long Beach team.
Talent is the right word, and it's a try for Long Beach. I feel like they are just running away with it now in the end. Its tactics are out the window here, and I think it's purely who can stay in the fight for the longest. And
well, look at that.
Long Beach are showing it.
You can see in the background the hands are on the head, and Victor Gomez is absolutely chilling here, taking the conversion. He says, I'm going to take as much time as possible, and how are you now? That is one of the best conversions of the day.
Hell of a strike. Nearly hits the drone. I want to see the replay on the drone, because that was nearly straight at it. It was a great shot, great conversion. He has a lovely strike of the ball, Gomez. I've been impressed his all-round game, but particularly his restarts, particularly his drop-out ability. Sure, now he'll be looking to try and win the ball back.
Yeah, he knocked one over from the 5-metre channel in the last game, and he'll be happy with that one. And again, restart is just on point. This guy's got a good boot on him as Moxley makes the tackle just outside of 22, and he tries to hold him up, tries to really slow down that tackle, give the defence some time to set. And they're playing with 7 up, no one in that sweeper. We haven't seen the call for a kick yet from San Diego State. They're still carrying up the middle. Will, would you drop it on the boot?
Got to think of something new, something a bit different.
Looks to carry through a little bit of a passive tackle, but Long Beach are scrambling well. And you mentioned it before, San Diego State nearly get up off the line, but Long Beach are nearly sitting back. They're slowing down your ruck. They're a very ruck-focused team, aren't they? And just as I said that, they give away the penalty at the breakdown.
I know, commentator's curse right on point. They do look to be in control here. I'm looking at SDSU, and you're right, Ian, maybe just dropping it in behind. They've got to change the attack up a little bit. It's looking quite comfortable to defend so far for Long Beach.
Ball comes to the left hand. We're pretty much in coffin corner, but that is a fantastic step. Can the man go the full way? Shouts of encouragement. Touchline. Keaton Dietz gets himself under the bar. They're shouting, they're screaming for conversion. Love it. It's 22-12 right now. Could be 22-14 if he sticks this one over. which he does not. You got a 10-point game here.
We've got a 10-point game, just under 90 seconds remaining.
What do you reckon, Will?
Well, it's enough time in sevens, but it was that little bit of individual brilliance which SDSU I felt was going to have to rely on. But this is the kind of small stuff like that which is really affecting them. In Long Beach with a tap,
it doesn't go 10, and I'm surprised that he looked to take it urgently. I think that's Pua, and then the lad said, "Here, mate, slow that down."
Everyone can play Captain Hindsight, can they? But yeah, did look a little bit rushed.
Carry from Lai at the edge. Gomez takes his time at the breakdown. Pua, that's number 4. Cooper Coates, who knocked over a conversion in the last game. Props, hit and drop goals, we love it. And again, with about 25 seconds to go, Long Beach are in no hurry to restart the game here. It's Victor Gomez. He's giving a nod to the other boys. He says, pack it down with a scrum. We'll take that extra 15 seconds it takes to set. And it looks like he's hanging in the pocket. Do you think he's going to kick this one out, or they want to have a little run?
I don't know. I'm looking at Gomez. He's had a little look to his bench, maybe his coach. You got to finish off on a high, haven't you? Well, anyway, it's a free kick to SDSU. Will they have the last laugh?
Referee says free kick. Bring it back up again. Go to San Diego State. And can we get a consolation try? They're probably worth it in the end, aren't they, Will? A pop back and a carry up the far right-hand touchline. And again, we said that's probably their style, playing D, sitting off and then challenging that breakdown. They got the reward that time. And Victor Gomez says, no more messing, lads. I am tired. Finish it. And that's a win for Long Beach. 22-12 against San Diego State. Stout performance from State, but Long Beach just have too much firepower, don't they?
They do. They have some real individual class and physicality. I would say Long Beach have been the team this weekend who have blown hot and cold. And when they've been red hot, they've been red hot. But unfortunately, there's maybe just a couple of performances in there. They'll look back over the weekend and think what could have been, particularly that game against UCLA, losing at 17 points to 14, and then really not showing the best versions of themselves against Cal, the last game yesterday. But look, plenty of quality players for them, and also some really good performances individually and also collectively. They should be proud of their efforts, as should Aztecs as well.
Quality rugby on show here at the West Coast Sevens in San Diego, California. That was the plate final. Long Beach State are your plate champions, 22-12. The West Coast Sevens is sponsored by Axos Bank. Be sure to stay tuned. We've got the final rounds coming up. And of course, we've got the high school final and the big dance, the West Coast Sevens grand final. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, my thought process was firstly, did the player...
Way to get the good shots, Alex.
She's really important.
Yes. They were going to want him afterwards. Yeah.
The winner of that game was Long Beach.
The most amazing win ever. Soon to be father. You want teams placed on each side? Yeah, let's do 2 people right here, and then let's have Lauren right here. Where do you want the team? And then here.
Okay, and somebody needs to tell, hey Joe, put them on notice. We got a minute, but just make sure they're ready. Probably Brandon, so it's not a trip hazard. Are the teams going to be here? Where are the teams going to be? In front? Behind. Dallin, you'll do the interview. Yeah. Who's doing the first one, so I think, Will, are you doing the next one? I'll do the long video. Exactly. Yeah. I don't want to switch radios. Yep. And then this is the one.
You hold it. You have one between the same, is that right?
We're going to wire this one into your guys' PA system.
Ted.
Ryan.
You're going to have your own power system, or you're going to have your own mic?
Are you ready? Robert, you can tell us when the crew's ready.
Okay, folks, as we have these final matches and begin to start handing out some awards, I'd like to talk just briefly about the unique culture that is part of rugby. It's about sportsmanship. We want to recognize that. This is a game where people battle each other for 14 minutes or 80 minutes out on the field. And when it's done, you shake hands. Perhaps you sit down for a beer or a meal. You have respect for the referee. It's all about sportsmanship. And when we see it, we want to recognize it. This year, we're giving a sportsmanship award, actually to an entire team. Dating back to last year, these guys have constantly asked, what can I do to help? When they saw us lugging gear to set up the field, they helped bring it out. When we were done at the end of the day, they'd come help take down the posts and lug it back. These guys have been class acts. And I'd like to invite Coach Ryan Mattias and the rest of the SDSU team out here so we can please give them the Sportsmanship Award. Come on out, fellas. Come on. So, in recognition of your sportsmanship, we're going to also try and show our own sportsmanship. We
This is actually the most important part.
If you want to tell me what I should be doing so this comes through clear, I'm all ears here, folks. In our sportsmanship,
Face this way. There, just in our.
Is somebody messing with me?
We can hear you. In our own effort
For sportsmanship,
we will be
funding
your entry fees for these tournaments this year. However, in order to encourage you to come back next year, we're refunding
half of this year's,
and we're giving you a half credit for next year so that you please
come back. Thank you, guys. At this point, I'm going to now attempt to turn this over to, I believe, Will Hooley, after they take some pictures for the award of the college plate champion.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you very much. Well done for the SDSU Aztecs. Have a round of applause, everyone, as well. If you can hear it as well. The Aztecs. There we go. Fantastic work. Well, look, it's my honour just to quickly do this, but credit to these boys. I've loved them. I've loved their jersey. I've actually loved both their jerseys, but particularly the Long Beach boys in the yellow and black. Outstanding players and some outstanding play. I wonder whether it was against UCLA yesterday. If you got that win, you could have even found yourselves in the final. But not to be. Unlucky with that, but you do pick up the plate championship here at the West Coast 7. So please give it up for Long Beach State University and being crowned the plate champion.
Right here, guys. 1, 2, 3, and again, 2, 3. One with your hands in your ear. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! Coach. Coaches. Peter.
Coach.
Peter.
Coach. Monty.
Come on, coaches. Get in, quick. 1, 2, 3, and again, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Give it up for Long Beach. Well done, guys. Great work. Great weekend. Freshen up. We still got some games coming for the high school and collegiate men final.
Peter, congratulations, sir. Well Good smile. Good picture.
Welcome back to the West Coast Sevens. It's going to be 4 games in a row coming up. First 2 bronze games, then 2 finals. But Casanovas are pitchside with Will Hooley to find out more about that brilliant program.
Thank you, Dallin. Yeah, it's really interesting, actually, because we talked a lot about in this West Coast Sevens about the fostering of the talent coming through, high school and then collegiate stuff. I'm here with Tom and Nick. Nick, boy, I know you very well, having played with you, my man. I'll start with you. What is the mission and what is Casanovas?
Yeah, thank you. So Casanovas is founded by myself and Thomas. We've been through the American rugby landscape. We've played from college to professional, touched the USA as well. So we've kind of seen a lot of different angles of what the system looks like. We find that while it's great to have a lot of foreign players come over here and mentor the American boys, sometimes they crowd out local development. And it also leads to a mindset amongst the American players where, hey, I'm not as good as these guys because they come from England, Australia, New Zealand. We're trying to change that perspective by creating an all-American, born and raised invitational side that competes in Rugby Town. We've made 4th place so far, missed out in the finals by 2 points. So we're knocking on that door, and we think if we get that first place achievement, it'll really create a psychological breakthrough for American players nationwide.
And for you, Tom, as well, in terms of when this program started to now, how has the development been?
Well, we recognize that Rugby Town is a tournament that serves as a springboard for the larger domestic talent. So in order to really shine a light on what America has to offer, the U.S. team, the Sevens team in particular, is a level of talent. In 2022, we founded this team to showcase that group and not only develop people on the field, but more so utilize rugby as a vehicle to develop the player in person as well. So it's been an incredible journey to this point. We have Ryan Mattias is our head coach, Brian Green is our team doctor, Nick and I are co-founders, and the amount of support and outpouring domestically has been incredible to this point.
Last question to ask, because I know we've got rugby going behind, and you guys are doing an amazing job. Love it. What's the goals now moving forward?
Yeah, the goal is to continue to grow, widen the funnel, as one of our big supporters, Warren Speaker, likes to say, and try and get more players to the next level. So you can find us at Casanovas, RC on Instagram, or email us at casanova7rugby@gmail.com. That's the number 7. And just reach out to us if you're interested. We'll get you in the system.
Plenty of talent out here to maybe look at, right?
Absolutely, no doubt. And be sure to check out Robert Paylor and his book, Paralyzed to Powerful, as well. Robert Paylor, big inspiration to our group at Casanovas Rugby Club.
Absolutely, yeah, what an amazing story. Credit to these boys, Tom and Nick, thank you so much. Good luck with everything. And on behalf of the West Coast Sevens, thank you for coming down. Appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Beautiful. Thanks, Will. Great to hear about the Casanovas program and Robert Paylor and everything they're doing there to support Robert and, of course, to support rugby here in North America. Right now, it's the high school bronze match. And right now, we got Carmichael with ball in hand, taking on Belmont Shore. Carmichael with ball here early on in this game. A couple of nice little steps from Seti Perona. He's been a go-to player for this Carmichael side. They just lost out to Cathedral Catholic 26-14 in the semi-finals. That's how they find themselves here. Rupeni Rukovau, he's been again one of their star players as well. He goes to the deck there for Carmichael. Possession for them with Cash Lazard. Big tackles coming in here in this bronze medal match, but now they're able to strip free a little bit of space to operate against Belmont. Cutting loose, some nice high stepping as well. Logan Morris, superb breakout, and the opening try in this game, it belongs to Carmichael, and Morris gets it done.
Yeah, really well played there from Carmichael. They just kept hold of possession well. You know, stretch Belmont, have little prods, and then finally your man Morris, just too much for him with a little sort of hitch kick as such as he's being tackled there and helps him get over. And what you think will be a conversion here for Rukoval, and that should be Carmichael away at 7-0 to start this game.
That's the voice of Alex Corbacero. I'm Dallin Stanford. Superb to be here with you for the West Coast Sevens. The flags go up. It is 7-0. A good start here in this high school bronze medal match.
And here we talk about keeping the ball alive. Even with a tough tackle there, they managed to get that offload away, that ball back inside. And here we go. Here's a little hitch. Just gets away from that tap tackle and gets it down. And it's 7-0 to Carmichael with a lovely, well, deeper kickoff, but good hang time. Here we go. It's Caden Grant. Barnstorming run a little bit early in the game. He goes yet again. Knocks a couple to the ground here for Belmont. Side coached by the great Johnny Pua. Now they pick around the fringes again, sliding and diving. Belmont get the penalty and hold on. There's a short blast. Somebody's going to go to the bin for 2 minutes. And that's costly in sevens there. Carmichael done so much good to get up 7-0, but a yellow card puts a man off the field, gives Belmont a number advantage, and let's see if they find a way to use it here. Yeah, Mikhail De La Cruz just goes route one into the contact. Ben
Robertson is there. It's a penalty, though, against Belmont. And the Carmichael crowd really cheering their side here. They're up by 7. They had some big wins against J. Serra and Ombak. A very close one there as well, but they're rolling and going again. Morris creating all sorts of havoc as they feed Rupeni Rukovau in the corner. This will be their second score. Hasn't put it down yet. The Belmont players just looking around. Play to the whistle is what all good coaches will say.
Bit of gamesmanship, savviness there from Rukovau, and it was all came from that breakdown turnover. And got to give a big shout out there to Noah Gomez, the big number 1, using that size at the counter ruck, winning the penalty for hands in the ruck on the floor from Belmont there, and then that got them rolling again. And they just got a lot of weapons if they get on the front foot, Dallin, and get an opportunity as the kick goes wide this time from Rukovau. That makes it 12-0. But yeah, this is where it came alive. That little offload to put him away, but it all started from a breakdown turnover.
2 tries so far. A little sneaky one as well to get closer to the uprights. The kick didn't go over. 12-0. Match after this will be the high school final gold medal match, and that'll feature Cathedral Catholic and Ombak, who beat Belmont in their semi 43 points to 12. Belmont here receive it on the ground. It's anybody's game. It's picked up by Carmichael. Great restart play by them. Big tackle comes in on Bryce Aboud. The penalty comes up. Remember, they have 6 players, so waiting for a player to come back from the Sinbin as Morris floats one over the top for Carmichael to attack with. Beautiful ghost. And stepping, oh no, I thought they were through. Seti Perona now finds a pass over. It's knocked backwards here from Rukovau. Scored 1 already. Casual offload. Perona again, looking to dance. Got the yellow boots on. Gets the offload away nicely. Aboud there in support. Some good tackles coming in from Belmont. A couple of switches here as they hit the ground with Logan Morris. Picked up by Belmont. Good strong passage of play. They're very tight though, the players. Looking for a bit more width if they can, but they go up the middle. Belmont here with one of their strong players, Ben Robertson. Still available there. Now, can they make something of this? Henry Frost goes on the outside with a big tackle, but they're going to score here. Mackay Harris will get it done for Belmont, and they are in this game with a minute to go to half-time. They score their first try.
Yeah, kind of against the grain of the way the game was going. It looked like Carmichael had a lot of opportunities there, but they were down a number, and eventually it came back to haunt them as the turnover and Belmont started to play. They got a little bit of a go forward when they came in, kept it tight, and then just weren't enough defenders out there for Carmichael to threaten, and it ended up being a little bit of a walk in here. Big Noah Gomez goes low, but there's just another number out there, which if you didn't have a yellow, you might have that number, and that caught him. And now we have game on here with probably one last passage of play before the half to see where this one sits.
Yeah, always fascinating with a yellow card. What effect does it have on the team? Well, now all of a sudden it's 12 points to 7. Oh, and a huge shot comes flying in. It's still there with Carmichael as they attack around the fringes. Morris has a beautiful pass over the top. It's a flick back in the field of play. Rukovau is there over the halfway line. Stunning work here. No, Gomez again, putting his body to good use. Oh, their numbers are plenty here. They're queuing up here for Carmichael. They go on the outside. Here goes Levy Bright. Beats one back on the inside. Oh, what a tackle. That comes in as well. Majesty Alpew with a beautiful tackle. A forward pass a bit earlier in the movement stops a certain try. The whistle sounds for half-time. Just 5 points in this high school bronze medal match. Carmichael lead 12-7 against Belmont Shore. Wow, what a thrilling opening 7 we've seen here, Corbs.
Got a game on our hands, don't we, Dallin? It's been competitive out there. Carmichael deserved to be in the lead, but you can't sleep on Belmont. They've got some weapons, they've got some game changers, and if you give them an in, it might come back to haunt you. But it looks like, if you see here, there's been some rotation in the Carmichael side as well, and I think it's great for the coach to give some of these players opportunities as they're trying to regroup. And then you've also got Belmont who need to come out swinging in this second half and make something happen.
Yeah, it gives us a chance to thank some of our partners as well in this brilliant West Coast Sevens 2-day event, our third event this year in 2025.
First off, got to thank TVX Sports Video for all their broadcasting across this weekend of West Coast Sevens. It's been absolutely outstanding. They've had all of the access, the drone shots, everything you could ask for, they have delivered. Please make sure you smash the like button and subscribe to show your support of our official broadcast partner, TVX Sports Video. And then also, can't thank Falcon West enough. Don't just get coverage, get trusted expertise. Falcon West Insurance, protecting what matters since 1981.
All right, what's on tap to close things out? Second half in this game, and then we, of course, have our High School Cup Championship, Cathedral Catholic against Ombak, after which we'll switch across to the collegiate bracket. There it'll be USD taking on GCU for bronze, and Cal taking on UCLA in the Collegiate Cup final. Wow, some big ones still to come.
Yeah, it's finals day, and that's what you get. You get the big dogs meeting in the finals. Here we've got still bragging rights and something to play for with the bronze medals, but when you get to those championship games, everything starts to tick up a little bit higher as well.
The Sevens game at its best here in the sunshine, Oceanside, here at the SoCal Sports Complex. It is the final 7 minutes of the bronze high school final. And Carmichael in green and black have possession on the right of your screen. Belmont scored that last try to make it 12 points to 7. Now find themselves on the defensive side of things. Now cutting back, looking for a little bit of work here. Some fancy footwork there from Cash Lazard. Back to the full complement of 7, Carmichael. Oh, here we go up the middle. Look out, Drew Penny Rukoval off to the races. He's being chased. He's got great speed. And he gets a little fancy movement as well as the defender hits the uprights. And Trupeni Rukoval that has 2 tries in this game. A future star in the making.
One to watch, and I'm sure there'll be a line up at the field on the side of college coaches wanting to speak to him, because he's been a standout across the last 2 stops for sure. And it's for moments like that. He's taken his own conversion here as well. He's a versatile player, but he's been really the man behind everything Carmichael have done across the weekend, where he can have those X-factor moments, he can create, he can offload, he can support. What can't he do is probably a better question, Dallin. And just a show and go. And once you get that little bit of disconnect, he's also got the pace to finish. And that's a dangerous combination in sevens.
19-7 the score now. Rukoval, the difference between the two teams. The kickoff has been knocked first from Belmont. Double knock, so it'll stay possession here for Carmichael. And just items like that will slow things down, consolidate their lead.
Yeah, Caden Grant there from Belmont. Oh, look at all, obviously frustrated knocking that ball on, but it was a good kickoff, good hang time, put under pressure, a chase. Not the easiest skill to take, and they forced the ball back for Carmichael, and this is a pivotal moment of the match. If Belmont can score next, there's a lot of time to play, but if it's Carmichael who go again, it starts to open up, a river turns to an ocean between the two teams, and it starts becoming a much tougher task to swim yourself back to shore.
It really does. The wordsmith next to me, Alice Corbacero, you can get his new single coming out next week as well.
Yep.
Bounce pass here for Carmichael, looking to step again, create some real trouble in midfield. Seti Perona. And Rukoval supporting on that far side. Devon's Points gets close. Linus Muddy's there also. Comes the way of Belmont, though. Haven't had a chance really to sing all their praises yet because they've been under pressure. But this is a nice little kick. It does go to the left-hand side, though, so it gives Carmichael more position to work with. Peroni with a beautiful step. Looking for the offload and finds it. The side in green now have Logan Morris. He wants to go on the outside. Now decides to cut back in, finds a beautiful gap from Morris. Majestic Morris scores again. Carmichael steal it up.
And that could be all she wrote. I think Belmont feel there was a little bit of obstruction there from a player potentially in front of Morris as he sort of zigged and zagged and danced around. But he's awarded the try, it looks like. And that could be all she wrote in this game, as it's now 24-7 with a achievable kick here for Rukoval if he makes it. Still to come. And he does. Beautiful. And this is where we're talking. You've got Morris here. He zigs, he zags, and then watch, there's one player in front there. Is that obstruction between the two? Is probably the question Belmont were asking. But the referee says no, play on, and that's the way we roll in rugby.
Belmont need 3 tries. They've got time to do it. That's a beautiful take here. A nice one-handed offload, though, able to bounce, unfortunately, though, and the flag goes out. Mackay Harris was trying to gather there just not able to get it.
Yeah, tough one there. Obviously, Grant this time took the kick off perfectly, but then went for the sort of, miracle offload there as Belmont are starting to have to chance their arm. There's not a lot of time to get back into this one, so you have to start taking more risk. And it didn't go to hand here, and it just probably ticks away a bit of the clock. Carmichael have possession now as well. Belmont are going to have to act fast to have any hope.
Next game coming up here, the bronze medal in the collegiate side of things, USD against GCU. Coming up after this, then the two finals in a row. First the high school, then we go to college side of things as Carmichael have it there with Rukuval. Beats the first one pretty easily. He gets the offload out the back door as well. It's genius. Seti Perona on the outside will not be caught. Carmichael showing all the skills here to deliver in this bronze medal match. Some wonderful skills from these young sensations.
Wow, wow, wow. Rukuval, Perona, they're on an absolute roll in those wide channels. Rukuval really showing that he is one to watch and really making everything happen in this team at the moment. And Carmichael are flying. And this is probably, the question mark. They had to play Cathedral in the semi-final, and that was a tough ask, and they still gave it a good go. But they've really had a pretty solid showing across the weekend, showing they are one of the top teams here in this bracket. And here it comes. Flick out the back. Wasn't even just an easy offload. He used the right hand to go right. It makes it a lot harder in rugby. And a fantastic finish as the little trot in there for Perona.
That was a look at our next bronze medal game in the collegiate side of things. Belmont with possession here. It's been a fascinating tournament. They lost to Oceanside 28-26. They lost to Cathedral 28-17. The Carmichael side also lost to Inferno 22-19 and Cathedral 26-14. But here we go on the outside. That's a great run here from Belmont. Majesty Orpew has possession and then lost at Carmichael on the other side of things now, looking to put the phases together to close out this game. Under a minute to play. Rukuval goes in to collect. He's by himself around the fringes. Still able to get that pass back. It's great skills. Carmichael with a stutter step. All their players ranked here to the left-hand side. In to help out, there's Ben Robertson. Still there. Cash Lazard getting involved. It comes to Belmont. Can they get the last try in this game? Possession now for Brandon Robertson. Looking to cut loose. Robertson beats the first one. Skins the second. Still going strongly. He'll need support as he gets thrown to the deck towards the halfway line. The ruckers are there to arrive for Carmichael. It's a quick tap. Perona moves it to the near side. Samuel Enderchain knocks down one. Still going. Big tackle to bring him to the ground. Carmichael fighting here for the last moments of this game. Now they whip it wide. Cash Lazard is there. Rukuval's on the far side if they need him. Get the strong fend from Adam Little. Ball is available there. Picked up on the outside. Rukuval got a couple already in this game. Floats a nice pass over the top. It's been knocked on by Belmont, but we play on there. A little bit of space. Adam Little just brought down to the deck. This will be the final moment of this game with Carmichael set to take the bronze. Rukuval moves it down the chain. Can someone else get a nice score? It's a beautiful dummy up the middle. They go. Linus Mudd fighting. Finally lays it back. Belmont over this one. They draw the penalty. In fact, they draw possession. Here we go. Belmont with a breakout now. To Flurry to finish this game. The kick over the top. The chase is there. Here we go. Henry Frost is after this one. And it's been booted down. Has it gone out? We play on. Oh, no, it has. Tremendous scenes to close out this game as Carmichael emerged victorious by 33 points to 7 against Belmont. Some wonderful tries in that game, Corpse.
Absolutely amazing display of rugby there, especially from Carmichael. And, a pretty energetic finish too. It wasn't a dull moment out there. And I think Carmichael, getting the bronze here, they'll be absolutely chuffed with that, considering, it was a tough fought semi against Cathedral, where, Belmont probably, they felt the heat a little bit in this one like they did in their semi-final to Ombak, and I think they'll be a bit more frustrated. But on a whole, I think we're the winners getting to see this sort of next crop of talent coming through in this high school bracket, which I'm sure we'll eventually see a lot of these players playing in the collegiate bracket.
Yeah, that's the wonderful thing to see in this tournament, really developing those players, and what a performance it has been from Carmichael. We can get a word in just a second here, as the teams are going to thank each other. The camaraderie shown here is brilliant to watch between these sides, competing, putting it all on the line. Carmichael superb to go 3-2 this weekend with that final 33-7 win. Collegiate bronze medal coming up in just a moment. Here at the West Coast Sevens, day 2. Final 3 games still to come. And Rupeni Rukavahu has been brilliant, and so is Logan Morris. They're going to come down pitch side here, and they're going to be here with former US Eagle, current sensation Will Hooley. He's ready.
Thanks, Dallin. I don't know whether you've got us or not, but I'm going to just go ahead and speak to... I'm not going to lie, I secretly have a bit of a fan crush on Carmichael. I was unlucky for you guys not to make it against Cathedral Catholic, but I've got Logan and Rupeni. I want to just ask you, Logan, on your teammate. This guy just beats people for fun.
Yeah, I mean he's too nonchalant. He thinks it's too easy.
Come and tie to him, mate. Don't, because they're coming short.
You see him jogging some of the times. It really gets our coaches going. He's just too cool for school.
You love rugby sevens, Rupeni. Man, honestly, some great tries out there. You enjoy yourself?
Sure, yes, sir.
Tell me, do you prefer to sort of just slide and beat someone with footwork, or just sit someone down and hand off? Talk to me.
Footwork, sir.
Footwork?
Yes, sir.
So humble. That's when you know he's good.
No,
But Logan's not as humble, which I like. Talk to me about how you've enjoyed this West Coast Sevens. Obviously, you were in Stanford 2 weeks ago. You finished third place today, but you've really enjoyed it. I credit to everyone involved in the Carmichael.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so fun. I'm so proud of my team for coming down here, bringing it all together. You know, some of us drove, some of us flew. I think we really did a number on West Coast Sevens. Whether or not we're, happy with our, win-loss ratio, but I think we all played great. I mean, this is our first year doing sevens. I mean, it's so fun to watch.
Credit to both you guys. You guys have a safe trip back up to Sacramento, and thank you so much. Carmichael Hawks, I am going to get a jersey. I'm a fan of the boys. Well done today, guys. Well done, buddy. Well done. Take care. Back to you, Dallin.
Awesome, Will. Great stuff. Great to see Carmichael carving it up here, the Hawks. Next up here at the West Coast 7, it's the collegiate men's bracket, and it's University of San Diego taking on Grand Canyon University for the bronze medal match. How these teams got here, both sides 2-2. And for USD, they had wins against Claremont and Miracosta. They lost to GCU in pool play, and they got beaten 53-0 against Cal in the semi-finals. On the other side of the draw, GCU, they lost to Miracosta, beat Claremont and USD, and then UCLA took them out 49 points to nothing. So 2 big results in the semi-finals, but this is the great thing about sevens. These 2 sides should be quite evenly matched.
Yeah, both teams took a little bit of a hammering in the semi-finals, but this is what sevens is about as well. Dust yourself off, get back on the horse and go again. It's very different than 15s where you get that sort of week to regroup, to go back, to train, to debrief, to do all the little things. You've got to just stay resilient, stay humble, and get back to work. And that's what we're going to see now, is which team is ready to rumble, which team has dusted off the mental cobwebs of losing in the semi-final, and who wants it more out there in this bronze match, because they are very well matched. GCU snuck a tight one against them on day 1, and I'm sure USD will want to get that one back, and it's, for me, probably too close to call.
That's the voice of Alex Corbisiero. I'm Dallin Stanford. You're right, it was very close. It was 28-17 was the score between these 2 sides. GCU winning as a second-half performance by them. But possession now for USD. They're in black and blue over here as Chase Bisson takes it to the line. One of the aggressive players here with Charlie Purd inside. They get a penalty, a quick tap. Vaughn Fouts has a go as well. He's a big unit too. Takes on a couple. Bisson is with him. Kellen Archibald looking for the quick tap now. Another penalty, 2 in a row for USD. Now they're inside the 22. Nice little step as they go up the right. Ronan O'Rourke almost getting the offload away. Still there for this charging side. University of San Diego barreling for the line. Sam Colson in there also. Numbers on the right, but they don't need him. They'll streak around the fringes. Ronan O'Rourke scores, and USD on the board first.
was a little bit scrappy, but they got over the line there, and the ability to recycle possession, to keep hold of it. Ball was a little loose at the base of the ruck, but they kept direct, they kept pumping their legs. A nice bit of latch and contact work to make sure that USD got the ball back. That's one of Charlie Purdon's specials there as a coach, if you follow him on Instagram, and then they eventually had it in them to score. And look, that latch sort of got them out of dodge of getting held up, and then a little bit of a pick and go. Maybe a little hand in the ruck from USD holding the GCU player, but that's some of the little street smarts you see in the game.
They'll take that indeed. A pinpoint kick goes the required 10. GCU jumping up and leaping for this one. Aiden Castanen with a lot of good work there. They hit the ground through Caleb Aguirre. Now a chance for Grand Canyon University to show what they got here in the back line. Strong carry from Nigel Johnson. And this one just lost around the fringes. Camille Becker coming in as well, just under a little bit of pressure.
Tough one for GCU there. It was similar in their semi-final, where they just struggled to hold on to possession a little bit. A few, unforced errors or knock-ons, and that gave their opposition possession, and that's really their first chance to attack really with ball in hand. And, USD will now get a scrum and an opportunity to strike, and especially in sevens, these scrums are really advantageous sort of opportunities to attack from. You've got 8 players within a small circle of the field. That means 3 versus 3 with a lot of space.
Yeah, you see it a lot in penalty calls as well, going for an attacking scrum, so you can lock up those forwards. Now a quick ball out wide. Oh, it's a big one over the top. Dancer's got to go to collect this. So with possession now, looking for a run out wide. Forts takes them on. Takes it to the halfway line. USD want to move this away quickly. Try shift this GCU defense. They've got 7 up. Basson takes him on the outside, gets a strong fan. It's a big tackle that was needed. Sione Kangayika with a strong hit. Recycling well there from Carlson. Ball there down to the ground from Ronan O'Rourke. Wide ball, Basson to the halfway line. A lot of tackles being made here. GCU. USD still have possession. They're not going forward, so somebody needs to make a move. So with a pass out wide, Dancer has Fouts yet again. Those two combining nicely, but GCU really strong on the defensive side of things, so something different needs to happen here to break free. USD, they've got a couple of good players, of course, that can do the damage. One of them has ball in hand right now. Chase Basson, wrestle to the ground. Still looking for work. Dancer, beautiful work. Up the fringes he goes. What a breakout from this young star. He'll go the distance. USD strike from nothing. And Dancer is the hero.
Tremendous patience there from USD. They were getting driven back, under pressure, but they held the ball. You could hear Coach Charlie Purdon from our point of view shouting, patience, they'll get tired, something will happen, and that's exactly what happened. Enough possession, finally took just a little bit of a smidge of a disconnect, and Dancer has the ability to step through it, and then the pace to finish it off. And that's another score for USD as they're starting to open up a little bit of a gap as we're getting into the last 2 minutes or so of this first half.
Conversion successful, 14-0. USD lead. A strong passage of play there, tiring passage of play for both sides, that's for sure. But Dan Sir, he really is one of those stars that has put his hands up. Chase Basson has been another in his team. Kickoff coming up here from Kellen Archibald in the bronze collegiate match. The finalists will be coming up in 2 games' time. Ball's loose here for GCU to try scoop this one up. It's been knocked by a player. Cal will play UCLA to close things out.
There's a little more momentum for USD as well, and you can hear their bench is starting to get pretty vocal, and it's quite silent on the side of GCU. They're going to have to make something happen in this first half, because USD looked like the team that came to play and who dusted himself off the most out of this semis.
USD, here we go on the outside. The good little skip and move. Vaughn Fouts sticking close to the touchline. Carlson Good passage of play here from USD to link up. Basson. Wrong foots a couple. Throws a dummy as well. A great aggressive ball player. He goes into the 22, but holding on. Early push. And so a quick tap here for Grand Canyon University. They trail by 2 tries. Can they score here before the break? Oh, that's a lovely ball over the top. Here we go. GCU. Becker on the outside. Cuts back in. Can't get free. What a tackle from Sir. Dan Sir superb on both sides of the ball. But here come Grand Canyon University. A try is needed here. Kongaika. Whistle is gone.
A little bit of afters and a tussle there as well. Rugby, we like to pride ourselves on the sportsmanship of the game, but sometimes in the heat of battle, tempers can flare, and I'm sure their coaches, as you can hear from the sideline, are telling them to leave it, and they'll settle it afterwards with a handshake. But it was an almost huge moment for Becker there in a foot race, but Dan Sir, showing that he can hustle on both sides of the ball, made a really instrumental tackle there. As we've got a bit of a break, as there's a player down for USD in their own half, and that's put a pause on it, as I think it probably gives a little bit of a moment for tempers to flare, to calm, and also for the ref and all of us to catch our breath a bit, because this has been back and forth, and both teams have really done a good job at keeping ball in play.
Yeah, medical attention on the field. Archibald will go to the side. He'll get some help. They're up 14-0, his team. But they will be asked to do some defensive work right now as we look to close out this first half. Here's a look at that earlier movement with the breakout.
You do? No, that was GCU.
Back to live play we go. GCU now attacking upfield. Ollie Tomlinson gets rid of one. Beautiful offload. GCU will score here. They're diving in. Caleb Aguirre gets it done. And Grand Canyon University on the board before the break.
Really nice play from Grand Canyon there. You had the big man himself putting the hammer down, and that created the offload to Aguirre, who were able to go get over the line, and it was impressive stuff there as USD went to make a decent tackle, but they just got on the wrong side of the collision, and that freed them up for the offload.
Kick unsuccessful, whistle sounds.
It was Ollie Tomlinson with that big carry as well as we get to the half here.
14-5 the score. 2 converted tries from USD against GCU. This is a collegiate bronze medal match. 2 finals coming up after this. Will be the high school final first, and then of course will be the collegiate final coming up after that. So strong performance so far from these 2 sides. Got to thank some of our partners here at the halftime break who've been so valuable for us.
Really can't say enough good things about TVX Sports Video. They're the beast behind this coverage here that we're putting on for you at the West Coast Sevens. And TVX has been covering sports in San Diego and around the country for nearly 20 years. And they are committed to bringing you the best in live, local and emerging sports. Smash the like button, hit the subscribe to show your support for our official broadcast partner, TVX Sports. And these halftimes are also brought to you by Falcon West. The drive, the discipline, the passion. Falcon West Insurance shares the spirit of rugby. Learn more at falconwest.com.
Nobody is a better hype man than Alex Corbicero. My friend, they're going to pay extra for that as well.
Stanford. And let's see, we got a game on our hand. 14-5 makes it competitive. I think, if you're USD, as we look at this half, they're probably in the driving seat. They've played the more disciplined sevens. They've had good patience. But there's been a couple chances that went begging that stopped them maybe getting completely out of dodge, and then GCU had their one moment to show what they can do. They almost got another one before the half, which would have made it, a little bit more tastier if they'd made that first break and then had the opportunity to go again. But at the moment, 14-5, considering how comfortable USD looked at times for GCU, you're thinking, we got away there a little bit, lads, and it's game on. Here was a big carry from Tomlinson. 2 players from USD went to try and stop him. Neither of them could, and there was an offload to Aguirre.
And don't forget yesterday what happened. A second half thriller from Grand Canyon University defeated USD 28 points to 17. They were scoreless in the first half with GCU. They came back and scored 28 points in the second half. What can they do here? It's 14-5. This is the collegiate bronze match that you're watching here at the West Coast Sevens for the year 2025. Our second day of competition here in the beautiful SoCal Sports Complex in Oceanside. And it's USD, University of San Diego, kicking off from left to right. 7 minutes to decide who picks up some silverware. Grand Canyon University with the first penalty here in the second half. Tomlinson at the breakdown and ball thrown away, so we'll go an extra few meters. And a yellow card shown to the sin bin. Vaughan Fouts takes a seat for 2 minutes. He can't believe it.
That's a big moment. That could swing the game, Dallin. You know, that is one of those calls that this game was already on a knife edge.
Tomlinson into the contact. To the right-hand side. Looking for some steps. Good work here. Nigel Hodgson does really well. The offload is there too. Vance Disney. Grand Canyon University with another penalty. Momentum on their side. Tomlinson goes quickly. Well, number one, the defence was not 10. Number two, potentially he wasn't on the mark is what our referee's saying. So Nigel Johnson gets ready. Quick tap from Grand Canyon University. What can they do here? They need to score next. The big frame. Sione Konga-Ika looking for the line. He's going to score. Beautiful try. Grand Canyon University. That's how you start the second half.
Wow. This is a game now. That yellow card. Could it be the moment of the match that shifted here? Initially, it looked like Grand Canyon were on the front foot, but then, you know, referee pulled it back for the quick tap, but then they got another go, and then finally showing with that number advantage that they can score as they've got the kick here. And it's good, and that makes it a 14-12 nail-biter now, Dallin. You talked about GCU love a comeback. You might have predicted this one.
Wonderful try indeed. They also get a penalty on the halfway line. So Grand Canyon University had possession and they just knocked it on. They had it there. Caleb Agira was the one that took a heavy shot from Chase Bisson. And now USD, they can take possession back and try to take control of this game with 6 players.
Yeah, it's USD now who are back up to 7. So we're back to 7v7. It cost them 7 points, but they're back to full strength, and now we're going to see who can finish as USD have a 2-point advantage. It's a free kick there at the scrum, but referee needs it from the mark.
Bisson has it now. Yellow card offender Vaughan Fouts back on the field, you just said. Bisson with a couple of stutter steps. He loves the dummy as well. Crashes over the first one. And Nigel Johnson was all over possession but didn't release the tackled player, so it's a quick tap. O'Rourke has it now. University of San Diego get into their rhythm. Dan Sir looking for the big pass over the top. Finds Johnny Butler. Butler into the 22. Grand Canyon University again try to attack the breakdown. They do this time and they draw the penalty. Great play.
Big turnover from Aguirre there.
GCU in midfield. Sit some of their strong players upfield. Again, that's Johnston. Another penalty. Players need to roll away. Looking for another quick up. Here comes Aguirre yet again. He's got some wonderful feet. Draws 2. Gets the offload away. Johnson is there. He's been stripped of possession. O'Rourke does superbly. Gets the pass away. And the ball has been knocked on in the process. Some exciting passage of play here from both sides.
Wow, don't take your eyes off this for a second, because it's going all on the field right now. You've got, you know, USD defending well, look like they're about to have a moment, then it gets turned over at the breakdown, then GCU have a crack, and then it's turned over again. It's Aguirre here who made a nice little break. The offload almost could have gone there, but then it gets to Johnsky, and then he gets stripped there by USD's Ronan O'Rourke, and then eventually there was a knock-on and GCU get the ball back. Too much almost to call in one play.
That's right. They trail by 2 points, but have got possession here. Carried there by Aiden Castanen for Grand Canyon University. They're in purple and black. They need to score next in this game. Wide ball. Some big tackles coming on both sides. Ripped to the ground, still going strong. What an offload. Here we go. Grand Canyon University. Laumaka on that far side. Laumaka doing really well. Now here comes Grand Canyon University. I get in now. Looking to work by big shot coming in. Oh no! Oh, Chase Bisson has absolutely clicked the delete button. And that foul's been lost for life. Here we go. Ollie Tomlinson picks it up. Aguirre slow to get up. GCU still have possession. The crowd going berserk. They trail by 2. What an offload. The dummy. Aguirre's there. But he can't get the ball down. Grand Canyon University must score. They're over. Try awarded. Sione Kongaika puts it down after an unbelievable shot in back play.
That was outrageous. That was the hit of the tournament we've seen so far. But what was probably even more impressive was how GCU kept the possession after a hit like that, and it wasn't actually turned over. And then Aguirre almost had a chance to make up for it with a try. Then he looked like he was held up. And then finally, just too many recycled possessions, and that got GCU over. As you know, this comeback is looking tasty here, Dallin, as we got 1:15 left. And it's now GCU with a 5-point lead.
Unbelievable work from Grand Canyon University. The kick unsuccessful.
Be nice to see that hit again. Just, had a little bit of a, Bill Goldberg spear S to it. Oh, my, that was a shot. And just the ability, maybe you could say off the feet from the GCU players at the ruck, but they managed to recycle, and then that eventually led to that try.
Now, score should be 17-14 if my numbers are correct. Missed the first conversion in the first. I've got the conversion.
Great spot
to get it 14-12. So there it is.
Mate.
Okay, so now we heard the coaches, Charlie Purdon, saying we need one try. It's all we need in the final 30 seconds. Here we go. They trail by 3 points. Tomlinson, beautiful knockdown. Has it gone 10? Yes, we play on. Again, has lost possession. USD have it now. One try to win it. Here we go. They've got unlimited time if they keep possession. Despite the 10 seconds on the clock. Dan Sur looks to go left. Basson, who put in that monster shot, goes wide. What a pinpoint pass. On the outside, here we go. Vaughan Fouts needs to stay in the field of play. He flicks it up to Basson. They must be careful to keep possession alive here. Nick Allen is there in support. Dan Sur yet again. University of San Diego, the crowd going wild again. Johnny Butler is here. He gets the fed. Can USD do it? Support arrives. O'Rourke is there. Sam Carlson drives upfield to the 22. They've done brilliantly to get here, and they have the penalty as well. Dancer with a quick tap. Numbers on the left. They must keep this ball. Throws one dummy. Now finds support. Looking for Nick Allen yet again. Allen's an elusive runner. Keeps it alive to Dancer. It's a flat pass. They come back to the original penalty. Not 10. Basson wants to go. Basson wants to go for the winner himself. Big shot. Just short of the line. USD. This try to win it. The bronze medal on the line. And they're in. Butler gets it done. University of San Diego break the hearts of GCU. They come back and score with time over.
What a game. What a result. What an absolute spectacle for Sevens here in the collegiate bracket at the West Coast Sevens. We've been blown away. It's been absolutely phenomenal stuff. And it's, Chase Basson, who probably for USD deserves a massive pat on the back in that game for putting it on his back. And it's been outstanding stuff. And what a finish we had there. Heartbreak for GCU as they look to be, the comeback kids, but USD had one more moment. There it was. Basson held up just, and then finally getting the ball out to Butler here, who then has a casual walk in under the sticks, and that's all she wrote.
Congratulations, bronze medal winners in this one. Conversion sales over 21-17. USD defeat GCU for the bronze medal match. Two finals coming up. High school final coming up next, and then the collegiate final. Well, we're going to throw it pitch side. Jeremy Ognall is pitch side with a player that has stood out in every single game we've watched.
Well, thank you, Dallin. I'll give you a second, Chase, to breathe. But what an exciting match. Great commentary up there. But, Chase, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling exhausted, if I'm going to be honest. Winded, but we played an amazing opponent. So that's what comes with that game.
You and I go back a long way, and it's not often that you're short for words, so this is a treat. But, I just want to give you and your teammates, the whole staff, credit. That was a game that you just fought every single step of the way. But the biggest moment that Dallin and Corbs called was the hit that you made in the 22 late in the game. How did that feel?
I felt good. I saw it coming. The ball was in the air for a while, so I shot up and I was able to get that tackle. Felt really good making it.
Yeah, so you've had a great tournament. Obviously, you fell one level short of where you'd want to be, in the final against having lost to Cal in the semi-final. But just give your assessment of the last, 2 days here, and then just overall, how have you enjoyed the West Coast Sevens?
Number one, West Coast Sevens was phenomenal. I mean, this venue is absolutely beautiful. I've been telling my teammates San Diego has the best venues for rugby. How we played in the last 2 days, we played well. We didn't... In Cal, especially, we didn't play to our standard. We didn't even really compete with them. But, I mean, they're just such a good team. But the rest of the tournament, we played how we wanted. We kept moving, and we kept making tackles. And with that, we kept the ball, and we were able to win.
Well, I'm really proud of you. Amazing effort. Tell Charlie, the whole team, congratulations. Guys, I'm going to turn it back up to you, but what an amazing third, fourth place game. And now we build into a couple of finals. I'm going to turn it up to Will and Ian up in the booth.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Chase Basson, another schoolboy phenom from San Diego here. He played with St. Augustine Saints. But now, another high school game on the pitch. It's the final. It's not quite the big dance, but it is the junior disco. It's the high school final. Cathedral Catholic versus Ombak as Dylan Trower, All-American under-18 player, gets us underway. Cathedral have a few bucks on this team, including Reese Ritter, Kingston Hawkins, who have all represented the USA at under-18s level, but they're up against this stout Ombak outfit who got an come from behind underdog victory against the storied Belmont Shore in the semis. They're two good teams, aren't they, Will?
Two great teams, Ian, with so much talent. The future of USA Rugby is in safe hands when I look at these two teams and the guys and their ability. Yes, Cathedral Catholic, they've not lost over the weekend. You like to think they're favourites, but on back, hey, I do love an underdog. Let's see what happens.
Nalu Lee drops it into the scrum and gives a good pill out. Look at Ombak, they're going to try and move the ball side to side, and already just that number of passes and a little bit of pressure from Cathedral, and the ball is lost. And the first opportunity we have to see a skillful Cathedral team play, that's Cole Boyle standing at first receiver, going to Adrian Abar, who's a strong runner. He's got a national championship under his belt for the San Diego Mustangs, and he goes all the way out wide to Dylan Trower, who finds himself on a wing for the first time. He's usually a 10. Cole Boyle again, hands up, but there's a shoot out of the line there from Ombak, looking to put pressure on Reese Ritter, who's a quick player at 15. Dodges that tackle, gets the pass away to Ibar, and Dylan Trower throws the dummy and gets him up to the 22. Good fight from both these teams so far, Will.
Yeah, really strong so far. Good keeping hold of the ball from Cathedral Catholic, but Ombak coming up in numbers and connected in their defensive line.
Big hit in the middle of the field there by our man Jameson, but it's adjudged to be not rolling away, and it will be a penalty. Cole Boyle decides, I'm not going to slow things down, I'm going to speed them up. Hawk on the left hand side throws a left foot and a right foot step and just shrugs out of one tackle. It takes two to bring them down, and Ombak are putting some pressure on the breakdown there. Reese Ritter now at first receiver to Dylan Trower, and Ibar, he's a strong carrier, he's a back row forward in 15s, and he rumbles all the way up into the 22. Ombak under pressure here, aren't they, Will? Reese Ritter picks from the base, gives a nice wide pass, and there's our man Nick Ocon. He's got the 2 on his back at 7s, and he wears 2 in 15s as well. Who says that a hooker on the wing is not useful? Nick Ocon gets over for the first try of the final.
Yeah, it's a really balanced team, Cathedral Catholic. You mentioned the likes of Ritter in the midfield. He's kind of their playmaker, especially alongside someone like Trower as well. But you need the big ball carriers just to get the go forward, to almost start a play off. And in the end, it was actually one of those big ball carriers in Ocon who got over for the first try.
Yeah, a lot of these boys have played rugby for a long time together with the San Diego Mustangs Rugby Club, and even to note as well, Landon and Kingston Hawkins, 2 brothers out on the field there today. That's fantastic to see, isn't it?
Well, it's pretty ideal when their dad is someone like Matty Hawkins as well, of course, a former USA star in Sevens game, coached USA Sevens as well. So the fact that he's behind with not just a couple of his kids out there, the fact he's also helping coach this team as well. They're in good hands.
Jameson Brown, and he's on the edge, but it's actually Pham who took that one. Gave him a little bit of a bullet of a pass, and it spilled backwards. Ball's still available. Nalu Lee's in there, and it's a carry in the middle of the pitch. There's no one at home for this Cathedral team, but there's been no note to go kick from the Ombak side. Maybe they won't need it right now. They try to throw one out the back, but maybe with Cathedral playing 7 up in defence, that the opportunity could be there just to stab one through, Will?
We love saying that,
We've said that all day, haven't we?
We do, and you just wonder for on back whether they do just need to change their attack up, maybe come back down, maybe change the point of attack, and I mean maybe just switching the play, not just going from one side to the other. Think about opening up both sides of the field, trying to get that 2-on-1 on the outside.
Kingston Garrison's our man who restarts the play. He's got one of the better haircuts we've seen of the day, and again stands at first receiver with Nalu Lee outside him. They're going to look to see if they can get a couple of crisp passes, which they don't. It's fumbled, and wisely maybe he opts to carry, throws in a couple of hitch kicks and bounces off one. He's a strong lad for a slight number 10. Nalu Lee gets his hands on the ball now. He's got a good pass and a good kick and good vision, but again, it's not really take away space from this Cathedral team, isn't it? They're sitting off and they're putting the pressure by saying, go through your passes and then we'll contest the breakdown.
It's connected, and they're also really trying to challenge that breakdown at the right time. Penalised there because they didn't release in the tackle, but keep an eye. Cathedral Catholic are either one step away from getting a turnover on themselves.
Garrison fizzes one to the edge, and Lee stands at first receiver now. That's a big launch from Cathedral there in the middle. He's shot off, and that's Reese Ritter with the tackle on Ibar. Does he take him in the air? Ref says play on. It's a little bit of a step from the edge, and they're quite narrow, but now they find a little bit of space. It's a one-on-one. Hawkins just jockeys him to the edge, forces him to cut back inside. That's Colton Diggerson for on-back with a good carry. A little bit of a territory shift now for the first time. We're actually up in that Cathedral half. There's our man Garrison. He's got a nice little step. He's got a smooth run on him, and we're up to the Cathedral 22 now. It's not going to be all one way. And on-back are going to see to that, and they're under the sticks. 5-5 with the conversion to come. We talked about their space being in behind, but listen, what do we know? Maybe this is their game plan. Hold onto the ball, go through the phases, put pressure on that way, Will.
Fatasua with the try, number 14 for on-back, and it was a lot of patience. I was talking about how Cathedral Catholic looked really comfortable. I really was thinking that a turnover was coming. But the patience just to hold on to the ball. And sometimes in sevens, that's what it is. It's just about fatiguing the defence enough that you just need a slight chink in the armour, and away they go. Fantastic footwork from Fatasua. And on-back get their first try with the conversion as well, means that they have the lead. I've been talking up Cathedral Catholic and how good they've been throughout this tournament. You wonder whether this is maybe the first sign that they've actually had to come from behind.
Yeah, well, there's one thing that we can see from this on-back group. It's actually a little bit of energy and a little bit of passion, and maybe that comes from coach Shane Dempsey, who's an on-back men's club player himself. It's one of the older clubs in the States, but as I said that, it's Kingston Hawkins who grubbers one through. He sees the space in behind, gathers it well, and dots that over the line. That's a great little bit of individual, more recognition of space than anything, isn't it?
The awareness from Hawkins. What I loved is that his dad, the coach, was on the sideline there. The one that he was running down, giving it, saying, go boy, go! Man, he put the gas and the afterburners on to chase his own kick. Great score. And just like that from the restart, which they did well, Cathedral Catholic, to collect, I actually thought, as we see this conversion just go short, at the half, they get that last try. And could that be that little bit of momentum shifter that Cathedral Catholic need? Lovely little stab through. Recognised that he was going to probably go out into touch Hawkins. Great kick forward, great collect, and a reach over the line.
Fantastic finish there, and you can see the Cathedral team taking a couple of breaths, and Dylan Trower talking to those boys. They have the talent as well, but in Dylan they also have the leadership as well. He won a 15s national championship with Mustangs last year. He can play 10, he can play 12, but most of all he's a real student of the game. He's a problem solver, and I think at times he really knows what's needed for the group. So he'll probably say to the boys, maybe we got a little bit of frantic there at that stage. We gave away a penalty at the breakdown. Our defence wasn't as connected. We had a couple of shots of guys in the air, so maybe he's just reminding them that if they just simplify things slightly, they'll probably win that with the X factor that they have.
Oh, they have X factor, that is for sure. But what I also love about both these teams, and which gives me so much confidence for the growth of rugby here in America, is the rugby IQ. And I mean just in terms of knowing what to do and when. Hawkins, a great example of that last try. He didn't just give up and run into touch. He didn't also just go for a silly offload. He knew that little bit of space was in behind, and the execution then came with it. But you've got to recognise it. These high school players are recognising the opportunities, and they're also good enough to execute as well. Credit to the coaching teams on both sides, but also really credit to these young players out there today.
Yeah, those Cathedral kids must have a good Mustangs backs coach, I reckon, Will, yeah?
Oh, they've got someone pretty good, I think. There's a guy called Ryan Mattias that seems to be going around coaching every team here at West Coast Sevens. But Ryan, of course, played with him for the Eagles and with San Diego Legion. What a brilliant man who gives so much to rugby here in the United States, particularly here in Southern California, involved with SDSU Aztecs and the collegiate men's side of things, but also Cathedral Catholic here with the high school boys. Look, he is the sort of guy who will cheer them up and also give them that education, as we talked about Matty Hawkins as well. That's just the Cathedral Catholic side of things. I want to also credit On-Back. They are still very much in this game, only a 3-point deficit.
I'll have a little look at that On-Back team, and Shane Dempsey bringing real passion to those boys at the halftime team talk. They're contrasting really. He's nearly, Cathedral boys trying to maybe calm things down. He's maybe nearly trying to bring some energy to these boys and get stuck in, challenge them, don't make it easy.
I definitely think they need to get it into their danger men hands early if they're going to sit in the midfield of the pitch. I'm talking about Naluli and also Kingston Garrison. These guys, you want to have them get the ball in their hands.
That is a lovely restart there, and it's challenged well, and it's back on the On-Back side, and you can just see that is a difficult ball to take. Fantastic high hanging 3-4 second restart from Nalu Lee. Goes to the big man in the middle of the pitch. That's Bram Davis with the carry, and Nalu Lee hops back to the short side. He hesitates for a bit, picks at the fringe. He's carrying that thing like a loaf of bread from the shops and throws it out the back. Adrian Pham has a step. It's a little bit scrappy here again. Cathedral playing 7 up. We see the Goosey from Garrison. Ibar goes for the intercept, and they're calling that it was a knock on, but referee says play on. And the strong unit of a back rower carries up to the 22. Dylan Trower throws the wide one, and Hawkins carries nice and direct. They look to challenge at the breakdown there, and the ball is scrappy, but it's going to be a Cathedral penalty. And you can see Reese Ritter there, number 15 with the ball. We still haven't seen him in action. When he gets going, he's absolutely rapid. He's got a good chip and chase on him as well. Again, another national championship winner for the Mustangs. So maybe we'll see him at some stage get himself a score.
Yeah, excellent player. Actually interviewed Reese after that win against Carmichael. Fantastic semi-final that was. And he was outstanding in that. He really got his hands on the ball in all sorts of capacities, whether it was out on the width or in the middle. Been quite quiet so far in this game. It's been a little bit of a cagey start to this second half. Still 5.5 minutes remain. 3-point deficit for Cathedral Catholic. When you've got a scrum inside the 22, this is where you need to make it pay. This is a great chance for them to score.
Landon Hawkins this time standing in deep at 10. Fizzes one wide to his brother, who steps off the left foot, then throws a double and carries right up to the middle. They're going to split the pitch here with options either side, but he doesn't even need the ruck. Dylan Trower throws one out the back to Ocon, who comes back inside. And the strong running front row forward and 15s get us with just a metre out. Cole Boyle says, I'll just pick and dot that one down. That's good play, but let's give a shout out to that little out the back pass from Dylan Trower. How good?
How good, Ian. This is outrageous. We've seen a few of these today, which has been great. Not all of them have gone to hand, and when it does go to hand, though, it just looks beautiful. Number
Trower.
12 there, it was Trow, wasn't it? Just to flick out the back. I'm sure we're going to have another look after the conversion. Important 2 points this. Trower giving the assist. Can he now add an extra 2? Make it a 10-point game.
That's a great drone angle there from TVX Sports Video. Trower was in no hurry to take it.
Yeah, not to be for the extra 2 points, but in the end it was good work to get over the line. It was actually before this was when the offload was from Trower. Try scored for Cathedral Catholic.
And the big man, Nick Ocon, who had the carry right up to the try line, is off the pitch now. That's enough work for him. High one goes up, and on back take. A couple of calls for a high shot, which is rewarded. And they look to tap. That's Garrison again. Throws a little dummy and he's through, but Reese Ritter tracks him well, but he can't track the support. That's a fantastic. That's Justin Trin there. And he's tackled right at the line and dots one over. That's fantastic support play, isn't it?
Wonderful try from On-Back, showing their class out on that far edge. Credit to Cathedral Catholic for the work back to get the tackle just before the line. But I feel like within sevens, ultimately a big run is only as good as the supporter who's with him. If you are brought down, you need that last pass, or you're probably going to get turned over. On back with there. Great work from Justin Tree Trin, to get over. And on back. If they get this over, which they just sneak wide, unfortunately, it's getting a little bit bluster out here today now, Ian. This game is still very much up to grabs. Here we go. Here's another look on that far edge. Great work on the far side. It was actually a little offload just before this. Wonderful tackle. That's number 7, Boyle for Cathedral Catholic, but the support line was there from on back. Credit to them. We've got a game on.
Reminds me of your carries back in the day, Will. Anytime you'd make a break, you'd always have support because they're like, he's never going the full way. I know he's going to get tackled. I need to support him.
I probably can count on one hand the amount of tries I scored in my career, Ian, but thanks for pointing that out.
I'm only messing. You're a smooth runner. And I'm talking about smooth runners. Nalu Lee has a little step off the left foot and pops one up again. And I'm back. Are really knocking on the door here. It's 15-12 and we're under the bar again. That's Colton Dickerson. A little bit of stress here with the Cathedral boys. And against probably the run of play, on back take the lead, but they've had a really good last 2 minutes, haven't they?
It's now a mental battle. You can feel the energy from the bench here of on back. Everyone was off their feet when Dickerson went through. An individual bit of brilliance, and we are in this last part of the day, in day 2 of Oceanside. That fatigue is setting in. Great way just to keep hold of the ball, keep it alive, stay patient, give his attack maybe an extra time to get set, but he doesn't need it. He beats 2 defenders, and in the end, Dickerson is under the sticks, and on back. Well, they probably saw the script we thought before this game, and they're wanting to rewrite it.
That's a great high restart, which Strasner cannot take for Cathedral, and they've won it back again. Really, it's been a game of restarts, but look at Strasner looking to get his hands on the ball. Wasn't happy that he couldn't take the restart, and he says, give me that ball at the breakdown. This is what I do well.
Huge turnover here now with just a minute on the clock. If Cathedral Catholic are going to sneak this, they just need to try. 5 points would do it.
Reese Ritter has. He looked like he's going to tap it in behind, and he does. He's going to back his speed. But the ball is gathered. Fantastic work rate from the on-back team. They're going to have to get back as that ruck gets challenged by, I think, the double step. And it's the try scorer again who's shown that these on-back boys want it, don't they? That's another pass. Can he go the whole way? Strasner has him on the try line. We're at 24 seconds to go. Getting one on the board would surely seal it now for on-back. Dylan Trower fighting as much as he can to try win that turnover. A-Bar is covering that short line, and they pick and goo around the fringe, and it looks like it's ripped, but referee calls a penalty. 7 seconds to go. Could that be us? And if this is indeed the end of the game, the referee blows. It's a knock. And will we have time? Oh, it's an offside call. We're still in play. Possible opportunity to knock this right out into touch, or just, well, we've seen players run backwards before from a penalty, trying to waste the last few seconds and kick it out. Ball goes again. That is risky at the end of the game. Ritter with the tackle, he tries to get up on his feet. They'll have to counter that if they want that ball to end the game. Nalu Lee, a little bit of indecision. Keegan Hawkins goes for the tap, and it's knocked forward an advantage surely now for on-back. Colton Dickerson looking to seal the deal, and he does. The man who got the try to go ahead has sealed it for on-back. The underdogs with what looks like a serious victory there. It's 24-15 with the conversion to come. It won't matter. Disappointment from the Cathedral boys. Remember, Cathedral is a high school. On-back is a mixed club team, so they've come together last minute, a little bit of training. Fair play to those lads for getting the win against a Cathedral team with some amount of X-factor, don't they?
Colton Dickerson, I mean, take a bow. What a last 5 minutes he's had, that number 8 for on-back, and what a victory for the club as well. Getting the first spot here in Oceanside of the West Coast Sevens for the high school boys. Well done. Credit to both teams, but on back snatch it at the end.
As we see on the field here, a great show of respect between both these teams. A little bit of disappointment from Cathedral Catholic, but they have a long season ahead of them. This is just a sevens one as a warm-up back. Look at it. Look what it means to the on-back boys. This was not quite the big dance that's going to be coming up very soon between Cal and UCLA, but this was the junior disco, and the on-back boys have got the win. Jeremy, I believe you've got the winning team down pitch side.
Yes, I do indeed, Ian. Thank you for that. Great commentary up there. So I'm standing with the winning on-back captain. We spoke yesterday. Jameson, congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Tell me how it feels for you, for the team, what your experience was yesterday, what really got you through the finish line today.
We lost one yesterday. We finished on a high note, and we knew that we need to bring intensity back into today. We started off well against Belmont, and then we faced a lot of adversity with this team. It was a great match, but we're just super stoked to finish on top.
Well, I have to say, as a neutral, it was fantastic to watch you. Very, very good, credible, Cathedral Catholic side. But you guys, came through the end, 1 through 15. You guys really showed well. So I want to say congratulations to the whole on-back team, and we'll look forward to the awards ceremony in a little bit.
Let's go, boys. Thank you, sir.
And I'll turn it back up to you for the collegiate final. Congratulations to the on-back boys.
Amazing scenes. I'm back victorious there in the boys' high school competition out of 8 different sides here. And now we can turn our attention to the West Coast Sevens collegiate final, the gold medal match, which features Cal, the Bears from Northern California, against UCLA, the Bruins. 3-1 record for UCLA, 4-0 for Cal. They've been a side that have been untouchable. They defeated UCLA 41 points to 0 yesterday. Will it be a different story? We'll find out in just a moment. I'm Dallin Stanford alongside Alex Corpusero as the sides get ready for the national anthem. This one set to be another barn burner.
What a treat we have in store, Dallin Stanford. The final dance of the West Coast Sevens for this run of games, and it all comes down to 2 teams, 2 powerhouses in California sports and United States collegiate sports, with UCLA and the Cal Bears going toe-to-toe. I'm absolutely buzzed as we get ready for the national anthem.
What a moment for these young players on the big stage here at the West Coast Sevens. The final is up next. Cal have scored 180 points, conceded just 10 points. That has been key. Their striking ability has been remarkable, Corbs.
They've just been potent. They have been the predators out there. And really, what this game comes down to me is, can UCLA keep the ball away from Cal? Every game, they have rinse, wash, repeated, from kickoffs to possession to then showing how dangerous they are with multiple weapons. UCLA used the same formula in their semi-final win, which got them the win over GCU. But are they going to be able to do it against this juggernaut, against this team that have ran through everyone? This would be a huge upset if UCLA can go out and throw something at the Cal in this game today.
It's Harry Bennett's side. UCLA kicking off from left to right. They're in their familiar blue, the Bruins. Cal, the Bears, receive on the right. Jack Clark, Tom Billups, their legendary coaches, look on. Here we go. Oceanside, California welcomes you to the gold medal match for the year 2025 at the West Coast Sevens. We're underway. 7 minutes each way as that wind takes ball a little bit further. Cal jump up for this one. It does sit down to Santos, has a quick possession. He throws it back inside. Cal, first time for them to go to the ground. Max 3 Cal scored some amazing tries this weekend. There's Rand Santos now moving across field. Solomon Williams, one of their go-to players, gets it away. Down to the ground they go with Philip Edstrom, their kicker. Cal recycle nicely, getting everybody involved early in this final. Early touches, looking wide, space to work. There they go for the opening try. It's Cal straight away. Nate Kaminsky will get the opening 5. He goes through untouched. Cal spread possession.
First shot of the match fired straight out of the gate from Cal, and it was a lovely bit. Almost got pressured by UCLA on the kickoff. They kept it, but then that just wide attack. Great skill set with Santos and Solomon and all these players in the middle. They can really use the full width of the field, and then eventually found that little bit of an edge for Kaminsky, and he put the hammer down, and there was no one catching him. UCLA were up 7-up, trying to press Cal, but that width, that handling, just too much for that opening set of phases.
Jack Clarking pitcher shouts the orders. 7-0 they lead. Take here from Caden Hartley for UCLA. Lovely breakout from Hartley. Such a player to watch. Gets the offload superbly. Van Hampton's on the shoulder. Ball's been stripped free and lost, so Cal have an opportunity to counter-attack here. Ball in one hand. The Bears turn it back in. Nice little back to Threckhout. Dropped one to the ground. Solomon Williams is with him on the left if they need him. Jack Bizio, one of their try-scoring machines, takes it to the ground. Cal, recycle well. Difficult one to handle, but they do well. Ollie Teague, back inside to Kaminsky, the try-scorer. It's a solid shot at him, forcing the ball back, so here come the Bruins now. Gomez drops one to the ground. He's a hell of a player. Van Hampton has a breakout. The crowd come alive to the halfway line. Support arrives, penalty awarded. UCLA with Freddie Jobber. They move it to the left-hand side now, setting up a contact point there for Lambert to work with. Can the Bruins get on the board next? They know this Cal side so well. Nice step yet again. Not a lot of room to work with for Van Hampton. Now they pick up around the fringes. Sam Reed scored a couple of great tries against GCU when they won that semi-final by 49-0. Here's Freddie Jobber to the ground. Cal looking to attack the breakdown, but it stays with UCLA. Wide ball, but at a standing start, so an attempted kick here from Austin Diaz goes awry. And Cal snap onto this in the first half. They're up 7-0. Kaminsky wears a heavy shot, but finds support on the right-hand side. Teague with a beautiful footwork. He bounces off the left. The Bears. Solomon Williams bounces off his right a couple of times. Keeps it alive. Santos is on the end of this one. Will score here for Cal. The Bears are in again, and Rand Santos has his name in the record books.
It's like poetry in motion when you're watching Cal with the ball. They've got pace. They've got, fast hands, quick hands, offloads, the ball they keep alive, the flow to their attack has been outstanding. But what I think we've got to focus on, Dallin, here is some of the defensive work, some of the cover tackles. There were 2 line breaks there from UCLA, and Rand Santos made cover tackles on both of those. One spilled forward, took pressure. Another one gave Berkeley enough time to actually withstand, get their defensive integrity back. Those are game-changing moments, and that's what opens up these abilities for them to then have possession, to then put points on the board. They are a well-rounded machine out here, and that's a fantastic finish. And the way they keep the ball alive through the hands, electric as Santos went over the line.
The conditioning is next level, Corbs, as you pointed out from this Cal side. Able to be everywhere and be anywhere all at once. Here come UCLA looking for that little line break again. Lambert with a carry for the Bruins. Options. They decide to go up the middle. This time it's Freddie Jobber yet again. Some good footwork as well. But a low tackle on him brings him to the deck. Pierce McMahon goes over the top. A standing start again for Austin Diaz. Not a lot happening there for UCLA. So they try to go to the blind side again, up the middle instead. McMahon, tackle to the deck. UCLA keeping it tight. Deciding for the kick over the top. Not a bad choice. Van Hampton chases this one. So here we go. Bizio has this one. He gets the fend. He's under a bit of pressure, but support is there. Here comes Teague, flicks it on the inside nicely. Solomon Williams is there. Cal players queuing up. The Bears on the right-hand side. Good linking there from Edstrom. Down the chain to Santos, the try scorer. To Kaminsky, they got the first 5. Good hustle from UCLA to bring him down inside the 22. But here come Cal yet again. Big passage of play. They've taken UCLA all the way to the far side. And the Bruins pile in. This time, they're giving Cal some of their own medicine to get possession back. 90 seconds to go in the first half. 12-0 Cal lead. But UCLA have a chance to get on the board here. Big shot comes in. McMahon gets thrown to the deck. The arm goes up against the runner play, holding on the ground. And a potential yellow card. This will be terrible for UCLA. They'll go down to 6.
Outstanding work from Cal there. There was some bright patches from UCLA, opportunities, that counter-ruck turnover. They had the kick where they had a little bit of a chance for a second to relieve some pressure. But then the beast of Cal, the defensive work, they get the ball back at the breakdown. And now, unless there's some sort of error, we've seen them score from here all day.
Bashing for the line, just a metre short. Williams with a beautiful clean-out. Kaminsky reaching for the line. Not there, held up is the call. Wonderful work from 6 UCLA players.
Unbelievable hustle from UCLA there. That was outstanding. To be able to withstand that pressure. Cal have been tapping and scoring from there all weekend. That is what finals footy does for you. It sort of raises the intensity, allows you to sort of take a few more of those, extra steps that you might not have taken, throwing yourself on the line and just getting under the ball there. But now it's Cal with the feed to the scrum in a pretty advantageous position again.
Last play of the first half in the gold medal match. Solomon Williams, he's electric off the base. Great skills. He finds Teague on the inside. Now there's loopers. They should score out wide here. The Cal Bears have their second try. Max 3 count gets it done. Wonderful work. They had an extra player, and they're up 17-0.
Almost UCLA. There's some dog in that defence, but Cal just having too much power in the 22. They kept possession, they recycled it, and then finally getting the try out on the edge was just a little bit too much to do for UCLA. And they are punching above their weight. There's not many teams that have even held Cal to a score like this in a half of this sevens, and a lot of that I've got to give credit, because Solomon Williams is an absolute player and they've kept him pretty well contained. The ability for Teague, then they move the ball to the outside, and that's just too much for Cal to be stopped with Mac Threckle there, who's another finisher who's also shown a lot. And Cal, Coach Clark looks pretty animated in that circle, and he's laying down the law. This is a final go for these boys. They've been militant, they've been disciplined. He wants a big final finish to this half, and then I think we'll see some smiles and some cheers finally from these Cal Bears.
Well, it's been 2 days. We wanted to see a smile on Jack Clark's face. It's half-time yet, 17-0. Cal lead UCLA here at the West Coast Sevens. This is the gold medal final. A couple of thank yous for our partners that have been brilliant for these 3 different tournaments as we close things out.
Let's thank TVX Sports Video. TVX has been covering sports in San Diego and around the country for nearly 20 years, and they are committed to bringing you the best in live, local, and emerging sports. Smash the like button and hit subscribe to show your support for our official broadcast partner, TVX Sports Video. And also, we'd like to thank, as always at halftime, Falcon West. The drive, the discipline, the passion. Falcon West Insurance shares the spirit of rugby. Learn more at falconwest.com.
7 minutes to go here in this final. We saw the high school matches have been brilliant here at the West Coast Sevens. And now, of course, 7 minutes away from crowning a champion. We saw Cal during pool play beat Long Beach State, SDSU and UCLA. And then for Harry Bennett's UCLA side, close games against Long Beach State. They lost against Cal. They beat SDSU. GCU, they demolished in the semi-finals. That's how these two sides find their way here. Before we go, Corb's predictions for the second half.
I think it's Cal's game, but what I've been impressed with is UCLA have actually had possession. Most teams haven't had that against Cal. The difference is Cal has really hustled for some key defensive moments. Can UCLA keep that and maybe score some of those moments? That might open the door. But it's a big ask when you look at this Cal team and how they're also defending as well.
And this will give them a chance to start out with UCLA. Kick not going the required 10. So Sam Reed for UCLA. He's got the stash on his face. They look to go wide early. Do the Bruins. Brought down right in front of the commentary booth at Joseph Lambert. And then messy ball kick through from Rand Santos now chasing through. Jack Bizio gives support here. Caden Hartley dancing around. UCLA taking it to the contact with some of their big forwards. Freddie Job is there. And they give away a penalty, and there's plenty of Cal players to the left. Solomon Williams knows that, so he goes there quickly. They should score here. Enstrom takes him in. Beautiful pass from Enstrom. and it's going to be a double in the final for Max Zwickelt. He gets it underneath the sticks, and Cal show how powerful they are.
Outstanding work from Cal, and what you got to credit there is Ryan Santos again getting stuck into the breakdown, getting that turnover, frustrating UCLA so they can't keep possession. They then kick the ball down there. They eventually get it turned over at the breakdown. They're doing the nuts and bolts well. They're not just a flashy team in attack, but they've got everything. And then here they had acres of space. You wondered, did Edstrom burn it by stepping back inside? But then he has the one-handed pass to Threcold, and that is, the recipe for Cal. They've defended well, they've created turnovers, and you've got magic moments like that with Santos again putting on an absolute clinic right now.
Unbelievable scenes of the kickoff. A clever little play rolling on the ground and capitalizing there. Cal Rand Santos is a sensation. The kick was perfect. A training move picks up another 7-pointer.
Exactly, Dan, and it's one of those ones when you start to get up on the scoreboard, you can start taking a little bit more risk and try some of your trick plays. Very disciplined from Cal. They've been stick to the program, got up on the scoreboard, and then it gives them a chance to have a little crack. They see the disconnect there. The ball sits up perfectly, and that is, textbook straight off the training park onto the field. And the execution, especially in this wind, very impressive.
Another one for the Socials as they go high this time. Contestable. Reed goes up. Bazio is there for Cal, and just like that, they keep possession. Williams goes wide. Enstrom, flat pass. Threcold yet again. Carving up on the outside. Drawing in a couple of UCL players. They look to reload. Solomon Williams decides to go down the short side with his hot, fancy feet. Back to the same play. Enstrom, beautiful pass off the left hand. Here comes the Gazelle. Shamus Deely. Big, strong Fenn gets the offload away. Bazio bumps one. Goes again. Throws it infield. It's play on. The Gazelle is there. Galloping away. He fires one over the top. Behind the back ball. It's okay. It's play on. Cal, here we go. They can do anything. Ball on the outside again. Teague. Ollie Teague throws it infield. A hat-trick in the corner. Threcold is there. Cal, that is champagne rugby.
That could be our try of the tournament, Dallin. That was absolutely sensational. Some of the work there, but Solomon Williams, take a bow. If we're going to show a replay, I want to see that pass under pressure there. But the way that they created there, you had the big man Deely on the outside. He found Bazio. Then the offload almost went back to them. Didn't quite come to hand, but then Deely recovered it. A big pass, and you thought, oh no, is it going to be an intercept? Is Solomon going to get caught? And he had that little whereabouts to flick it out the back, and it kept the machine rolling. And then it was another bit of sauciness out there to get the finish.
Remarkable scenes. Here's another look at it.
Look at that ball. You're thinking intercept, no, and it stayed. It didn't go forward. You could see for our angle, and that then gave Threcold the ability. Teague with the offload, and then again Threcold finishing with his hat trick, and Cal really putting the rubber stamp on this West Coast Sevens block with what looks like too big a lead now for UCLA to come back.
Yeah, 36 points to nothing, just under 3 to play. They attack the breakdown, and UCLA, this is the trouble. They've got possession, but it's inside their 22. Tough work to go against this defensive machine in Cal.
Yeah, they just have all the nuts and bolts. The kickoff has been causing nightmares for UCLA. There was one or two that didn't go to plan with some of the wind and everything. Other than that, it's just been the difference maker between the two sides, because it keeps Cal in possession and keeps them on the offensive, and it kind of keeps UCLA in that washing machine sort of rotation of just going round and round in the cycle and getting rinse, wash, repeated, and it's a tough one to deal with when you got Cal have the size advantage, but they also look like they have a bit of the speed advantage as well, so it's been very tough for UCLA.
You love a good washing machine, don't you, Corbs?
I really do. Dishwashers, washing machines, I love them all.
Here comes UCLA, kick over the top, Reed. That's a clever idea. Try and change tactics. Saint picks this one up. Cormac Saint slides, does really well. Such an impact player to bring off the bench. He was outstanding in that last game. In the semi-finals, in which they dispatched USD 53 points to nothing. Now Cal with Enstrom throwing one dummy. Gets a pass away, nice little basketball pass. Saint goes over the top. Here's the Gazelle. Deely again, drops one to the ground. And another. Massive shots keep coming in from UCLA. Cormac Saint rips it wide. Flat ball there to work with. Grosset in midfield. Gets the loop. That's good hands. As Cal look to go yet again. Oliver T gets it away on that far side. Clever little kick through. The chasers are there as well. Bounces up. just over the top. Reedy's there. Everybody's there. And it has been knocked on. An exciting passage of play from Cal, and UCLA again have to do a lot of defending.
They're on the ropes, mate, and it's been a rope-a-dope that just didn't stop. There's been no comeback from UCLA because Cal just keeps swinging, and that one almost went to hand, and it would have been another worldie of a try. It's now a scrum for UCLA. But if you're Cal, you're just throwing leather in this game at the moment, and it ain't stopping. And here we go. They move it on the edge, and they've been really well disciplined. They work hard off the ball, but then when they get those opportunities, they are fit. They are so fit. They're all working. They're all coming, and it's just a small bounce there that didn't get it. But also, you've taken Solomon Williams off, you've taken Santos off, and you've brought on, Cormac, Saint, and Grasse, and they're absolutely carving up as well. It's a well-oiled machine.
Yes, such depth in this Cal side. UCLA trail by 36. Final play of the game here. Try to stepping off the left. The Redmond Chelsea see some game time on the field for UCLA in this final. Moving across. There was Sergio Rocchia. Now to the ground. Tristan Gutman takes possession for UCLA. The Bruins have a penalty to close things out. Reed thinks about what to do here in the final seconds of this game. It's a quick tap. Final moments to shine in the sun here in Oceanside. The Bruins drop onto the ground. Support arrives. Freddie Jobber, he's had a great tournament. Big ball over the top, almost an intercept. Cal just keeps flying in. And again, that Seamus Dealey, strong on the defensive side. So UCLA need to have something creative to get free here. The looper is nice. Good tackle again. Quinn Speaker on the field. He makes a nice shot as well. His family all here representing at the West Coast Sevens. Flying to the ground, UCLA. All over it. That is great defensive pressure to pinch this one. Stunning work at the breakdown. Here we go to close things out. It's Cal on the outside. Speaker to finish this one. Yes, he'll get there. It's a glorious try. He's got more steps than the Great Wall of China and scores for Cal to finish it off.
Wow, what a way to finish. And what I love about this Cal side is they're up by 35 points, and they're screaming from the sideline to keep working, to stay in system, to go get that ball, to finish everything. And that is where you get to this elite level of the game, when you don't take a second off. And in sevens, you only have a certain amount of time. And this Cal team has maximized that in every game that we've seen, especially this final weekend of the West Coast Sevens, where they've really excelled. And that is the final whistle and the icing on the cake. 43-0, Cal versus UCLA.
Champions in Los Angeles, champions at Stanford, and now champions here in Oceanside. Cal holds strong. 3 wins from 3 brilliant West Coast Sevens tournaments. They are king of the Sevens games.
The three-peat, Dallin. The three-peat, back to back to back. And now we see Coach Clark smiling and clapping, same as Billups. I absolutely love it. The stoicism is over. They can take the iron mask down and show the emotion and the heart that they pour into this team. To have a program like this, to see some of the prestigious alumni that have come through, the way they speak about these coaches, their time at Cal, they absolutely love it.
Remarkable scenes here. 7 tries scored in the final from Cal. They put on an absolute display, taking out UCLA in this final. There's Jack Clark and his side. Tremendous to have them here at the West Coast Sevens year after year. What a well-organized tournament this has been. 3 unbelievable events. We'll have the prize giving in just a few moments. We've some unbelievable high school action as well happening across these 2 brilliant days. Sevens the winner in total, Corbs.
It's just been outstanding. A huge pat on the back to every team that committed to the stops of this tournament. Some, all of them, some, the ones that they could make. It's been absolutely fantastic. The rugby, the development of the players, the competition, the whole sort of aspect from coaches to everything, even from us on the broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure to evolve over these 3 legs to get to where we are now, and it really is special. And both teams put their heart into that final, but really Cal deserve a massive pat on the back for the consistency and the execution across 3 tournaments, where in sevens anything can happen. This team delivered, and they should be very, very proud. I'm proud to be here at the West Coast Sevens. I think a huge credit to all the people from this organization who made it happen. There is no doubt in anyone's mind watching that this is one of the premier collegiate collegiate 7 stops. We have high school as well. It's only going to grow. The future is very, very bright, and a huge thank you to everyone that put it on, the staff, but also the speaker family, because you can't underestimate how much they pour into this as a family effort, and they have grown it from the ground up, and they are behind something that has a really high ceiling and special.
It's remarkable to have been here, and brilliant thanks to everybody you said involved. The fans shooting as well. Brilliant to see their colleges in action, their high schools doing the magic here as well. Ombak were brilliant in that, taking out the championship as well. But you got to say, Sevens on the rise. The Olympics will be here in Los Angeles, just up the road in 2028, and some of these players will be representing Team USA in a few years to come. We got to see Steve Thomasine, we got to see Perry Baker here as well. Zach Test, the current USA Sevens coach. A wonderful moment for this game in the sun, and prize giving is just moments away with all these brilliant sides.
Absolutely, Dallin. I think you hit the nail on the head. It was fantastic. And what's exciting too is the Sevens is bright with the Olympics, but nearly all these players now are going to transition into their 15 season. And you got Cal, you're defending national champions. You got a home World Cup here in 2031, a pathway through to the MLR or the Olympics. It's absolutely a treat to be a collegiate rugby player at the moment, and it puts a big sort of marker as well for our high school players to aim up to see what's coming as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. Tremendous scenes here as this game only grows. The women's Sevens side getting a bronze medal. The USA putting Sevens on the map for those who didn't know about rugby, particularly for our North American viewers and fans. And our 2 champions will be crowned in just a few moments' time. It's been such an honour to be back at the West Coast Sevens. We can turn it over in just a few moments to former USA Eagle Will Hooley and his crew, Jeremy Ognall, Warren Speaker. They will take over proceedings in just a moment. Our job is finally done, my friend, after unbelievable. It's been a pleasure, Corbs, to be here with you, my friend, for these glorious 2 days.
It's been an honour, Dallin. You're one of the best in the business, and I think, across our broadcast team, we've had so many people stand out, and I'm just proud to be involved. Huge props to Jeremy Ognall for what he's done on the mic, but also bringing us all together and making this work. And then Will, the Thrill Hooley, has been on sensational form. He's marketing some of the merch now as well with that little turquoise hat, and loving it.
All right, we can go to the presentation right now with Will Hooley.
Thank you, Dallin and Alex Corbusiero upstairs, or whatever upstairs that is in our scaffolding area in the booth. What a fantastic West Coast Sevens, this last of 3 legs here in Oceanside. Credit to everyone involved. And actually, I will just take this very brief moment before we hand out these last prizes to thank everyone in West Coast Sevens, from the referees to the volunteers, the production team, and of course the tournament organisers. So we can all just give a round of applause to everyone involved in West Coast Sevens. So it's my great honour to talk about the youth, the high schools, and then, correctly, I give it over to Jeremy Ognall to talk about the older collegiate side of things. But look, the high school rugby has been so impressive since this whole tournament really began in LA, of the first stop. And it's something which I know in the booth we've really enjoyed commentating on, and also seeing, and I'm sure the college coaches as well have also really enjoyed maybe seeing some future talent come through. In terms of the plate competition, I'd like to bring up the captain and actually the rest of the team, if they are still here. They're not. How dare they go. But look, credit to Tory Falcons for picking up the boys' high school division plate championship. Great work. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Really enjoyed watching you play. Have a quick photo. Come to the front. Or just there.
1, 2, 3, and again 2, 3. Thank you. Congrats.
Well done, guys. Go and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And then for our high school boys, what a final. In fact, the semi-finals were also fantastic. But really credit to Cathedral Catholic and Ombak on the display they put on. A great showing, the fostering of talent that's coming through here on the West Coast Sevens, of course, in the high school boys. And the winners in the end, credit goes to Ombak. Congratulations, guys. Come up, the whole team. Well done, guys. Well done. Just come forward. Just come forward. You step in front. Step in front. Step in front. Give it up there.
Hold it up. Hold it up. Hold it up. 1, 2, 3, and again 2, 3. Can I raise it up? Throw it up. Yay! Congratulations.
Jameson, just stay there, buddy, and stay everyone here. Just a quick word from you. Fantastic display, really enjoyable. How do you sum up this West Coast leg?
I mean, it was a great experience. A lot of great teams out here. We were just really excited to get together, play one last time before the circuit was over. So, great outcome, but I mean, hopefully we can bring this team back together.
And getting one over on Cathedral Catholic too, right? That felt pretty good.
That felt pretty good as well.
Well done, everyone. On back. Congratulations on the high school boys' victory. Well done. Jeremy Ognall, over to you for the collegiate men.
Thank you very much, Will. From youth to maturity. Anyway, before we hand it over to the champions, I want to echo everything that Will just said. What a fantastic 2 days. Not only 2 days, but the end of 3 tournaments from LA to Stanford to here. So I think a lot of credit goes to the whole West Coast Sevens organization, to Ted Bendrick and the TVX team who do just unbelievable broadcast work. And then for everyone who was talent in the box, we even got Dallin Stanford down here, the Slippery Eel, Alex Corbacero, Will Hooley, Ian Denham, Isabella Caron, and a couple of others yesterday, Josh and Dom. Thanks to everyone for all the work. What a great couple of days. But for the 4th time in a row, it's my absolute privilege and pleasure to be handing the trophy for the Collegiate Cup champion to the Cal captain, Mr. Rand Santos. Come on in. So Rand, bring your boys in. Let's get a picture first. So, Rand, while we have you for a second, and the boys stick around, please, tell us your feeling on winning, your feeling about the whole tournament, the feeling about the last 4 West Coast Sevens tournaments.
Yeah, I think just super grateful to be here. Credit to UCLA on such a great tournament. They pushed us in both games, and yeah, I mean, we're very grateful to be able to have this opportunity to play a 3-leg sevens kind of circuit. So thanks to the speaker family, the West Coast Sevens, and everyone that kind of made this happen. I know it was a village to make this happen. So yes, many thanks, and thanks to all our staff, coaches, and trainers that kind of made the experience. So yeah, I appreciate it.
So a quick question for you. Obviously, it's been, long several weeks, some really intense sevens, some great wins. Do you think that Coach Clark and Coach Billups might actually give you a day off?
No days off.
No days off. No easy days. Well, thank you. Congratulations to Cal. And if we could, I'd love Coach Clark to come up here for a quick word. Jack, it's always a pleasure. Tell us your thoughts on the tournament the last couple of days and the last several weeks of sevens at West Coast Sevens.
Yeah, just appreciative of the tournament. Rugby's going to be in the LA Olympics before we know it, man. And I think that this event is one of the events that's going to build some players. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these guys have some sevens careers. So we're grateful to have West Coast Sevens.
Great. Well, you and your boys, you're always grateful for everything, and you're always, very gracious about it. So congratulations. I'm assuming now you'll be converting into 15s mode.
Yeah, we'll go back, and this week we'll finally get the whole team back together. And the poor 15s guys have been feeling like they're left out. So we'll look forward. We have a 15s game this fall, so we're looking forward to it.
Great. Well, again, Jack, congratulations to you, Tom, to the whole staff, to the whole team. Class act, and what a great close to the West Coast Sevens. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it. Cheers.
We have one last award that I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ian Denham to give. So, Ian.
All right. Teamwork, dedication, tackling. This award is about none of those things. This is about style. The Noodle Bags West Coast Sevens MVP is Solomon Williams. Get up here, my man. Solo Will, have you got a couple of words for us?
No, I mean it was a full team effort today and yesterday, really the whole circuit. So just excited to be with these boys and to get on with the 15 season, and no, just excited.
Plenty of credit for the boys there. No more credit left for the boys. Come on, blow yourself up here. What is your Instagram handle?
Instagram handle just Solomon Williams. But no, Cal Varsity Rugby. Check it out.
Love that. Well done, Solomon. Good lad.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Noodle Bags, for the sponsorship. And thank you, everyone who's here, all the fans, all the supporters. We even have a Dave Chris sighting. So it's great to see everyone here. We really appreciate you coming out. Thanks for a great couple of days, a great month, and we look forward to the balance of the season and 2026 with West Coast Sevens. Thank you.